Good evening, everyone. How is everyone? Jonathan's here, and Jonathan also is going to be on the live stream tonight. So I'll bring him in shortly to say hello to everyone. And please put your questions early rather than your comments. And in that way, you'll get them answered. It's the easiest way to do it. Anyway, let me just welcome Jonathan. G'day,
Hello,
Jonathan.
how's it going?
Pretty good, mate. How about yourself?
Good. Quite well, thank you. I went to
Hold on.
Sheffield yesterday.
Surgery. You got a new T-shirt, mate.
Recovery loading.
Recovery loading. Nice one.
Just so people know not to get my way and annoy me in the supermarket.
Is this a custom one?
Yeah, it's a custom one. It's not. I didn't print it, but I bought it. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I didn't realise you could actually get. I know.
You get all sorts of funny things over. Yeah.
Some websites do it, but not all. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
You were saying.
Yeah, sorry. I went to Sheffield yesterday, so we stayed the Friday night, and I met Dr. Baker, loads of other people, Phil Escott, Ben Hunt, Olivia, who runs the Public Health Collaboration UK thing, Sam Feltham, so Ben Beckman, all those sort of people. So pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. That would have been pretty good. I know Sam, because he actually did that 5,000 calories, remember? Test
with like the keto diet. Yeah.
He did 5,000 of either one. He's a young bloke, so he's got better mitochondrial function than older people, but it would have.
Yeah.
And that's actually a better experiment for somebody who is in a better state to do that comparison than somebody who has got pre-existing conditions and stuff like that. So it was quite interesting to see that difference. Yeah. So what's he doing at the moment? Because I've.
Yeah. So at the moment, I think he's running the Public Health Collaboration, which is like it's basically a way to get the NHS public health guidelines to sort of start listening to people in the low carb community.
So you're still involved in that. Okay.
Yeah. Yesterday I went to the part where there's like a plant versus animal food diet debate. We already know how that happened, Harry. You can just imagine it. It's like, oh, where's your science? Oh, this is science. Basically, the vegans scored 0 points.
Surprise.
Surprise.
Yes.
And
I've got some fabricated research here.
Trying to study blue zones. You can. Here's everything you can imagine.
Bullshit. Yeah, it's the typical bullshit.
And it is funny because the guys, one lady, she had a bit of an emotional story about being plant-based, and she didn't really have any science or facts to back up what her argument was. I think she was just there for like the sake of it. I couldn't understand what her argument was basically. There was Patrick Holford, who you might know. He's not like a scientist per se, but he's been in the field of nutrition for like since 1984 roughly. He's written books, so he's kind of there. Like, he's quite sensible. He's quite well thought out. But at the same time, he's not all the way there in some cases.
Yep.
He is part of the plant-based sort of thing, and they had a debate. It was a bit of a slam dunk. So Dr. Chafee was on the screen, so he wasn't there present, but he is in a Zoom call, sort of arguing his point. He did very, very well, of course. Yeah. Dr. Baker as well. He got everyone to put their hands up. Who here eats animal foods? Who here's health's better in the last few years because of it? It's a bit slam dunk there. Everyone had their hands up pretty much. Then what else happened? Patrick Holford actually approached Dr. Baker after the debate itself. And I sort of thought, I'm interested to see what's going on now, because this is meant to be like a personal discussion between them. I'm like, sod this, I want to know what's going on. His argument was, so Patrick Holford's argument was, okay, fair enough, you guys are carnivores, I see the pros for it sort of thing. Why are you guys not fishivores? Why do you guys not eat predominantly fish? Dr. Baker was saying, this, sat and the other. And I was like, I can kind of see his point, but I think my argument was it's terrain-based. If you're in an area where you're eating predominantly fish, then you're going to thrive on fish. Because if you're from an area where you're more inland and you don't have access to as much fatty fish, you're going to have to find another food source.
Yeah, well, people. I mean, if you take a look at the Inuit in the Arctic, they consume quite a lot of fish. But the Inuit, which are in Canada and other areas like that further inland, they consume some river fish, but they also consume a lot of other types of foods as well. So it's not the same. And to because I usually say to people like that when they make that argument, I go, well, we'll just go out somewhere, anywhere, and what would you find within your environment?
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
first argument that I'd make. And the second argument that I'd make is that it's much easier to get more nutrition and for a bigger population through ruminant animals rather than fish stocks.
one
The
one
fish
big
stocks,
animal.
yeah, a big animal like a cow, a buffalo, anything like that is going to give you, or even piglets because they actually breed like rabbits nearly, something like that, and chickens the same. Those sort of sources, yes, unless you actually go for farmed fish, but even that has a cost because you still need to provide a lot of food inputs there as well,
Yes.
where you don't have that issue with a ruminant that just eats grass.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad you're thinking the same thing there. He made an interesting point. Like basically, what he was trying to say was Patrick Holfer was what fueled our brain growth, what fueled us to be so well adapted and like the apex predators. I kind of see his argument for like DHA in the brain, something like, but you can get DHA in from lots of things other than
That's
fish.
bullshit. That's look.
You know?
I've heard that argument. It's a
Yeah.
fucking ridiculous argument. First of all, we can use why do we use carbon-16 palmitate? What do we use it for? Why do we store all our energy? We don't store it as DHA. We store it all as palmitic acid, palmitate. It's a 16 carbon, structured fatty acid, which you can cleave off for ketone bodies. And they can actually go past the blood-brain barrier and then reconstitute in there and can be utilized to produce. Because remember, your neurons don't have mitochondria. So, so it's not. And then also, the body can actually utilize blood sugar from the glycerol backbone. The brain. I mean, the brain and your reproductive organs. Well, actually, your reproductive organs primarily use fructose anyway, because that's the energy for the sperm. But the liver can actually furnish as much as you need of that as well by converting glucose or some of the glycogen that's in the liver stored. So body's got all these redundant systems and Swiss Army knife that will produce whatever it needs in the whatever quantities, depending on what the sort of signaling is telling it and what it requires. So it's all demand driven. It can overshoot, and it always will overshoot because it would rather overshoot than undershoot because it doesn't know what the requirements. That's why when you do a lot of physical upper body exercise, you're using more glycogen in the filaments. So as a consequence, you need more glycogen. Simple as that. So we'll provide more glycogen when you're doing more aerobic, what they call aerobic exercise or cardio, which is not aerobic because every single cell is actually in aerobic state, as Bart would say, and pretty much that. Well, that's really the state. It's your ATP that's produced is really driving phosphocreatine, that mechanism, and that also is providing that the sort of helping with glycogen recycling, but also providing that sort of spark of energy that's required to drive some of these nerve endings as well, providing support for those. And so that it's a sort of all these cogs are working together in a sense. So when you do whichever muscles contract, based on that signaling, because there's signaling happening at the same time. What am I trying to do? Lift something, or walk, or whatever. So it'll activate certain muscles. I mean, there are certain conditions, and this is how we know that this actually works like that, where people have certain neurological disorders or problems like that, and they have problems regulating their, they have twitches in their muscles, they have, problems actually moving properly or moving their limbs and stuff like that. That's really that derangement where the poor signaling. So we know quite clearly that when you have proper signaling, you're actually activating the right muscle fibers at the right time, and they're fully used, and the quantity of fibers that are used will depend on what you're doing, the task, what movements or whatever else. The way I understand that, because I did grab those studies a while back that Bart talked about, and I actually checked them out as well to see what those guys were talking about back in the 90s. Quite interesting. But the thing is, as humans, we tend to have these sort of funny preoccupations where we jump on certain bandwagons, like this guy's actually done, and we tend to focus like in a very narrow, reductionist, very blinkered approach in that sort of stuff.
Yeah. His diet was, the diet that he sort of espouses has been great. It's changed over the years. He's basically saying like, all right, eat wild animal ruminant meat if I can get it. Mostly oily fish from rivers. And he also said meat, nuts and seeds. And I was like, all right,
a whole lot of heavy nutrients.
That's the end of that then.
You
lost me.
You just contradicted yourself. But the parts of the plant that have got the highest level of anti-nutrients are pretty much the stuff that the plant needs to reproduce. So that's what it's going to protect the most. The leaves have got the least in, probably the biggest thing that leaves have, and it depends on the leaves and the type of plant we're talking about, is oxalate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of within the fibrous structure, it binds to that. And it also binds calcium, and it seems like the calcium channels within the leaf structure require some of that to regulate themselves properly. The fluids that are moving through. I mean, it's like in our body, we use other mechanisms to control the different channels, like the calcium channels and the sodium channels and all that. And taurine plays a big role in regulating those, because it is a natural channel blocker in that regard, and much more balanced in the way that it's not a hard bang like medication does. That's the difference. But it's quite interesting how people sometimes get fixated on the DHA thing and all that. Now, I'll give him one thing. In our blue toxic environment, our DHA requirement does go up slightly. So yes. I'll give him that, and at particular people that are not using, light hygiene, they've got poor light hygiene, their requirement for DHA goes up. And even in the N15 data, when we look at a lot of different populations around the world, we do find that humans through their whole existence primarily consumed ruminant animals, but did consume small amounts of coastal fish and river fish. And that's in the actual N15 data and all that. And it goes right through up until even it starts spilling into the parts of early civilization. You can see it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, early Greek tribal societies showed that as well. So, because I've done on the N15 data on the I call it the highly carnivorous Greeks, and that was a
Yeah.
population of Greeks in the Peloponnese in the early parts before you had the 5th century or the civilization, where obviously more plants came into the diet because they were trading with the Egyptians and the Middle Eastern people and a whole lot of other people, and so they were bringing in a whole lot of other things that normally they didn't consume. But the early Greeks, and this is Greeks predating even the Trojan War and stuff like that, talking about in those, they had much a far different composition in terms of the N15 data. So quite clearly shows that populations around the world, and if you take a look at where most of the fires, the fires that we actually, and the rock paintings and for our hunts, and any cave paintings, they were very close to river systems. And we followed river systems and coastal areas to move around the planet as well.
Yeah.
So it's quite clear that we would have consumed some, and we even see it with indigenous populations to this day. They prioritize ruminant animals of different types, but then they also do consume some coastal and river seafood. So that's quite clear. So, I mean, I usually say to people, if you want to be as ancestral as possible, do add at least 2 servings of seafood a week to your diet. And then you're going to be much closer to that sort of original ancestral way of living.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, my diet's pretty similar to yours, Harry. Even like the occasional pickles and stuff. It's raw dairy,
yep,
some fish, some beef.
yeah,
If I fancy it, some chicken thighs, things like that, some butter. It's
yeah.
pretty mixed diet, really. So
Yeah,
good.
pretty much. That's what I. That's yeah. I know that a lot of other carnivores have this sort of fixation with beef.
Just the one food.
Yeah. I just couldn't do that. I'd probably, if I was told that you can only do that, and if you have to go back to some plants to do the other stuff, I'd go to some plants to do the other stuff. Yeah, fine. Take my carny card away from me. I don't care. But that's
Yeah.
what I do. I think it's quite illogical.
I think this guy as well, the Patrick Holford guy. He's trying to cover both angles. So he's got on his slides, his presentation. Everyone had like their own 10 minutes sort of talk about what they're putting their argument across. And he had the hybrid diet. You know what that means? It means he's got one product here to sell one thing, another product here to sell the other thing. So he's covered both angles. So
Yeah,
everyone,
yeah,
the whole audience is like, oh, fuck this guy.
yeah, exactly. I
So,
mean, yeah. So nice business proposition. Well, just come out and say, look, I cater for a lot of different lifestyles. Just say that,
yeah.
and and be done with it, rather than this sort of, oh yeah, I need to, when I'm with this community, I need to basically, you know, the message needs to be orientated toward for this movement and then for that group and all that. Well, fine, you've come to a conference where people are talking about primarily carnivory. Just tell us, well, you're not really, but you do cater for that crowd. That's fine, but don't come and sort of then play these other sort of games. Oh, you can always do this and always do that. Well, you can. That's fine if you want to do that, mate. But that's not what we're interested in doing, in prioritizing. So,
Interesting character. You'd have your own thoughts on this guy, I'm sure.
yeah,
The way he
yeah,
presented himself was very you know.
yeah. Sounds like a con man to me, anyway.
He seems that he's written lots of books about lots of different things which don't agree with the same point. So he's
Sounds
reinventing
like
his own wheel.
another con man that we knew in the community, that likes to basically double talk and change, and depending on what actually is the flavour of the month. Oh, he actually
Yeah,
is down. Oh, doesn't he live down in Costa Rica apparently, and does a lot of surfing?
sounds about right. So you see what questions coming up. You got a super chat as well from someone.
Oh, did I? Oh God,
Jay the Flyboy.
I better cover it.
I think you just said thank you
Oh,
for your time.
oops. Yes, it is. Thank you, Jay. You're
Very
welcome. Thank you, Uncle Harry. Yes, we'll just go quickly through a few of these, and then Scotty's here as well. Aaron, good to have you here, mate. Richard, always a pleasure. See, to one. God and Dag from Iceland. Ah, yes, one that loves fish. They do consume on the coastal areas. They consume quite a lot of fish. In the inner part, they actually consume more lamb, especially
All right.
older lamb, mutton. Yes,
That's
and the
interesting.
grass up there provides them with a lot of DHA and vitamin D from the grass. So that alone, I think they lick the fur to get to get some extra vitamin D from the lambs, and we won't go into the animal husbandry
We've got
techniques to
our
acquire.
we've got our Welsh lot over here, and we think the same.
You take the Vicky out of them as well for the same reasons.
Yeah, it's like our equivalent. Yeah, like the New Zealanders and that. You know.
Okay, gotcha. G'day, Stephen. Oh yes, he is. Is he? I thought it was that other guy, Roy. You need to have your eyes checked out by a carny ophthalmologist. DJ Projectus, how are you, mate? Fluffy Rainbows, always a pleasure to see you here. Tom, is hydroxyapatite in toothpaste really strengthening the enamel? What do you think about this?
I've never come across it as an ingredient in toothpaste over here, so maybe it's a situational thing in the country that you're in. I've not heard of it personally.
Well, there is a claim in that regard, but there's no long-term studies showing either way. So I don't know, and nobody really knows. As I say, if you really want to do, you can't do these ridiculous studies, and I've actually seen them where they give somebody like these, but they actually also change parts of their diet, and you have to go really into the fine print to see the difference. Because it's the companies now we're talking about, they want to flog their product, and then you go down and look at what the control was doing, and slightly different. You go, hold on, the controls on a different diet or eating certain different things or allowed, they're actually restricted, and then you're giving them also the toothpaste, and you're claiming that this basically works to strengthen the teeth. You go, okay, yeah, interesting argument. So. Yeah, so a lot of the studies of that sort, they're usually like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's bullshit studies. So there is nothing really out there to tell us 100%, and you'd have to do it over a couple of years to basically show quite clearly. And people would have to be doing similar diets that have to be locked up, and one group would have to be using and the other group not, to really prove emphatically. Because even something that's got calcium in it, as an example, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to improve bone strength. It may be bound,
deficient,
like a calcium molecule, but it may be operating completely differently in the body, and may end up somewhere else. So, a lot of things have different molecules, nitrogen, hydrogen, whatever. Especially, a lot of things combine to carbon, basically. Chemistry is pretty much carbon based. Yeah, that's what it is, and we demonize it. How nice, how crazy we are. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, Stefan. So if you're on a clean diet and you take it and you actually see improvements, and you've seen improvements as an N of 1, fine, you could claim that. But to claim scientifically, definitively something, we need to do proper research, and unfortunately we haven't done any. I haven't even seen a rat study with toothpaste, but maybe it doesn't work with him. I don't know. They've only got two little teeth in front,
Two
sort of
rubbish
thing.
ones. Yeah.
So I don't know. It's one of those things. I bought some taurine powder off Piping Rock in USA. Yeah, they do have a brand. I have noticed that I did go right through a lot of different brands, and I found some free forms, and I've put them up, and I'm just waiting for emails back to see whether we can get any discount codes. See what happens.
Harry
Anyway,
10 for 10% off.
what's that?
Harry 10 for 10% off.
Something like that.
Hopefully.
Or Harry. Is too much iron in the blood lowering testosterone levels? By what mechanism, and is transferrin the appropriate thing to measure? Yes, it is. Because ferritin can vary due to a whole lot of things. Genetics, you got a virus, it'll actually store more of the in the ferritin to avoid it being accessed by the pathogen. So there's a whole lot of reasons. But yeah, if there's a sort of a really highly elevated transferritin, it says there's something not working there properly. Why can't your liver sort of hold on to, or why is it basically escaping into the bloodstream and getting and increasing your transferritin? So, and usually sometimes when people have really elevated transferrin, they usually also have free iron as well in the bloodstream. Again, that shows some derangement of some sort in that regard. Yeah, and the sort of iron blood stuff and all that, it's associated with testosterone. So it's probably somebody's got a derangement, and so obviously it's affecting hormones as well, because a derangement would not only affect iron homeostasis, calcium homeostasis. When you look at these derangements, just pick anything and it's out of whack. So that's just an association. So we need to be very careful. There's no clear mechanism that I've ever been able to find exactly that this is causing that or whatever. So, oops. Stefano, how are you, mate? Hi, how are you? Are you familiar
French
with
diet.
croissant diet? Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah, it seems crazy to me. Is it true that large quantities of stearic acid trick your cells into thinking you're fasting, and so you're oxidizing a lot of fat? It's not actually the tricking. It's not a trick of the cells. It actually has to do with the mitochondria. When you've got high levels of stearic acid, what happens is you get a thing called reverse electron transport in the electron chain. And so what happens is you get this reverse effect that pushes from, without talking about the biochemistry, from the FAD, which is complex 2, pushing it all the way back. So you're not actually pushing because you use coenzyme or Q10 to move those electrons across to the other your other complexes into your 3 and 4 to energize those pumps which are pushing through protons into the inner mitochondrial membrane to create a proton gradients, to push against that gradients and actually go through the ATPase, which produces energy. But what happens is when you have a lot of stearic acid and palmitic acid, but palmitic acid is slightly less. Oleic acid, which is a MUFA, has the bare minimum reverse electron transport effect, and it actually pushes through complex 1, and you get this ROS signaling by a bit of reactive oxygen species coming out of complex 1, and that signals to the cell to furnish what materials it needs for the mitochondria to get biogenesis. So it goes into the cytosol of the cell and encourages either mitochondria to fuse or to basically, like, ones that have issues, fuse together and create a more viable mitochondria, or basically biogenesis, split, create additional mitochondria to produce more energy. Provide more energy. So that's what's really happening. And so once you do that, obviously more mitochondria, you can actually oxidize more energy. That technically means you'll be able to oxidize more of your body fat over time. Also, by being on a croissant diet, you're in a low Randall cycle state because you're primarily low fat, but with a lot of stearic acid coming in as well from the butter. And remember, butter is one of those things that has a lot of medium chain triglycerides, short chain fatty acids, doesn't have much MUFA, doesn't have much PUFA. And so you end up with a lot of these things that can be converted into ketones, and the remainder, that part of that, because it does have a high stearic acid, it will actually go through the reverse electron transport. So you end up, the gradient, the potential gradient of Randall cycle activation is lowered quite a bit. And so you end up with a diet very much akin to a low fat type diet, or a low carb diet similar, where you don't have Randall cycle activation state, and you lose weight. But long term, obviously, it's deficient as buggery, like the vegan diet, because the vegan diet also disengages the Randall cycle, but also has these negative effects. So, can you do it as a short term thing? Yeah, you can do anything as a short term thing. Fat loss, losing fat is very easy. I mean, bodybuilders cut all the time. It's not a difficult thing to lose fat. So there's a difference between losing fat and health span and health and being healthy.
Definitely. Yeah. The French, the French people that eat lots of croissants and things were at a conference yesterday. They're saying, I think they had around 10% of their diet made up of ultra processed food. And then when you go to the UK or in England, where I am, 51%.
Exactly.
So that's kind of a confounding variable there if you're looking at population studies, of course. So, and even Spain was about 14%. Yeah. So,
and a lot of the French people still, there's a sizable part of the population still on the land in compared to many other industrialized countries. And a lot of them, and also they've got a big industrial sector. They don't have a big finance sector, and they don't have a big, you could say, population that works like in offices. They still have a substantial amount of people working in industry, factories, on the land. So that also plays a role. And we know that because even the British studies back in the 1930s showed that the office workers had higher health issues compared to the industrial workers. Again, one is able to deplete glycogen, and in doing so, reduce the gradient of the Randall cycle and have less poor outcomes. No different than some of these bodybuilders that get away with it in the early days, where they eat, things like lean meats and rice, but eventually it catches up to them in later life, and they look like shit by that stage.
The pancreas almost gives up in a way. The deuterium builds up.
The deuterium is the big one, because you're actually every single day you're damaging your mitochondria and reducing your redox potential. So you're reducing the amount of ATP you can produce. And as you move forward, you've got less and less energy, and that reducing energy over time will basically lead to higher senescence, because you can't heal, don't have enough energy to heal. And the higher senescence will increase cytokines. You'll have high senescence with your immune system, because a lot of people that are doing these things, they've also got poor immune systems. And the immune systems, what are cytokines coming from senescent cells? It's a signal saying, I'm effed, I need to be taken out. Apoptosis, please. But if your immune system is weak, it's not going to cause apoptosis. And potentially some of those then could revert to cancer as well, under certain circumstances. So pretty much the diet, a high deuterium diet in the end, will stuff you up. one way or another. And basically, a croissant diet is introducing quite a bit of deuterium in the form of that glucose, in the form of that wheat product that's in there. So there's nothing there, short term, yeah, probably get away with it. Long term, there's a cost to everything you do.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Dave, how are you, mate? I think he's still in the Balkans. Usually lives in Barcelona. He's a British expat, but another bloody retiree down there with the Spanish senoritas. But he loves the dairy culture of the Balkans, so he does visit Greece, Bulgaria, and a few other places up there. So goes into the mountains. He's turned into basically a hillbilly in the mountains of the Balkans.
Richard's still messed up.
What's that?
I think Richard's still messed up. He's got an injury.
Yeah. He mentioned something to me. Aaron, do you have physiology textbook recommendations or some other sources for someone who wants to get a deeper understanding? A lot of the physiology books are very reductionist. It's if you just want to, I actually say to people, if you just want to learn how different enzymatic pathways work, there's plenty of data on, many of the online websites that provide you all that simple. And there's a number of channels as well that do a lot of physiology training and provide that information. But what you're not going to get is the nuance. That comes from years of experience or research, because what we do when we review the literature, I review the literature, Jonathan reviews the literature, and even Bart now, he doesn't do much research, he reviews the literature. So we're reviewing the literature primarily, but we're not actually researching the literature, or doing research ourselves. So it's a completely sort of different kettle of fish in that regard. And a lot of the actual problems with a lot of the physiology books, they're so reductionist, they get a lot of things wrong, like muscle energetics. This, that whole section should be, it's a bit like what Tim Noakes did, where he ripped out all that section out of his book that he did on carb loading. Well, that's exactly what they should do to the physiology books for that part, because they've got it completely wrong. They see it as separate systems where it's not. They're all interconnected. You take any one of those out.
Giant map, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, even metabolism is all interconnected. There's signaling that's talking from different parts. You can't take one part out and say, oh yeah, this is it. That's what leads to reductionist thinking, and people ending up with really poor understanding. So you need Aaron to get into your mind that you can learn, how lipolysis, glycolysis, the Krebs cycle, whatever works, those parts. But then you need to basically learn to figure out how they interplay, all these components. And that's the hard part, because even some of the top experts have got no idea what they're talking about. When you argue with them, I argue with them, and I'm not even a scientist, and I argue with them, and you see them lost for words. And that tells you they don't really understand it. If you can't explain in simple terms like I do, it means you don't understand it. And a lot of these people don't.
It's the fasting community which is getting me at the moment. They're looking at AMPK and getting insulin down to zero, and why my supplement, it does this,
Well, I'm going to upset the apple cart with my new fasting video. So
I'm going to like that
once that comes out, it's going to really change a lot of perspectives, because it's basically like mechanistic studies, research. So it's going to really just upset the apple cart on that one for a lot of people in that space, because a lot of people in that space have got really bizarre.
I'm going to share that very heavily.
Thank you.
Very, very heavily.
I'll give you an example when it comes to these people that claim, about AMPK. Well, in a low carbohydrate state, you still have upregulation of AMPK. In a low fat state, like, somebody on a veganurized diet, you still have upregulation of AMPK. They're eating pure sugar, raw sugar. I can give them a whole bag of raw sugar. They can consume that and just guzzle it down. AMPK gets activated. You don't need to be in a low carbohydrate or a fasted state or whatever. That's bullshit. That's ignorance of physiology that these people have. Complete ignorance. Even your insulin is much lower on pure sugar. I mean, just eating potato, you've got an insulin to glucagon ratio of 4. Okay, it is higher than the 0.8 of fasting, or 1.3 to 1.5, depending on the protein ratio. It can be up to 1.5 when it's a high protein type carnivore diet. It's still relatively low. You've still got enough glucagon there, not allowing insulin signaling to go too high, or insulin like growth factor 1 or mTOR activation, any of these. So when we look at all this sort of stuff, it's complete and utter nonsense what they are arguing. It's the purpose isn't to increase AMPK. The purpose isn't to be in complete autophagy in a catabolic state. That's just ridiculous. And even in a low carbohydrate state, when you've got time restricted feeding, you'll still get some level of autophagy.
Yes.
And as I mentioned earlier, the only reason people that are very damaged and deranged may get slightly more is because they're not like an ancestral person. An ancestral person from birth to death does not have high deuterium in their diet, does not have highly reactive substances in their diet like rancid oils or refined sugars in large quantities together at the same time, which can actually amplify insulin to glucagon ratio all the way up to 70-fold, 70 to 1. Like if your McDonald's meal with your drink and you're full of fructose and all that, when you combine all those together, you can get an insulin to glucagon ratio of 70 to 1. Vastly different than a 4 to 1, which you'll get on a pure glucose.
Too much substrate at once, I'm guessing, it just messes you up.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, okay, you've got these doors, people coming through the doors, and they all want to get on the Ferris wheel, the Krebs cycle. Well, sorry, but not everyone can get on the Ferris wheel. So you've got to basically then say, stop, no more people coming in, because we just can't get enough people on the Ferris wheel until the substrates fall to a certain level, and then the gradient switches, sort of slowly changes, because it's in a gradient sort of state of increase and decrease of Randall cycle activation and duration that actually happens. But it depends on how much are out on the doors, and the people that it bounces at the doors are going, it's too many, shut the door, in that sense. And because you just can't get enough people on the Ferris wheel. Simple as that. So that's the most rudimentary, dummy explanation of the Randall cycle. But that's really what we need to sort of understand, and a lot of people don't. And when it comes to the sort of fasted state, yes, it has some benefits. But let's say somebody is in a low carb state all their life. They are earthing themselves like a tribal person continuously. They've got very little oxidative damage happening to their body, and they've got upregulation because they've got lower insulin. They've got upregulation because of the insulin to glucagon ratio. Glucagon temping and keeping within the physiological ranges at a lower rate level. As a consequence of that, your body's able to upregulate glutathione, superoxide dismutase, catalase, all these intracellular sort of systems, and they are able to electron donate. Plus, you're walking around barefoot as a tribal person, pulling up extra electrons from Mother Earth. And those electrons are what is an antioxidant, an electron donor, can actually stabilize tissue. You need more electrons than protons in order to also have a higher redox potential. That means better performance within the mitochondria. So it all works for them. And they don't have the DHA problems because they don't have blue light exposure. They're out in nature. So all these sort of things that we've evolved in that sort of environment come together in a very synergistic way. We, on the other hand, our physiology is bombarded and attacked by everything that we've created in the modern world. And obviously, we need to sort of slightly biohack, slightly change things, and slightly do certain things to reduce the amount of senescence. So it's not that we need the levels of taurine. Those people can get away with a couple of, 1 gram or less in their diet per day. But they've got very little senescence, very little damage. We've got high immunosenescence, high damage, and high fibrosis and all that. So we use these things as biohacks. It's not because they're indicated as species appropriate. It's because we haven't been living speciesly appropriate for a very long time, and we've created a lot of problems, and we sort of need slightly higher some of these molecules that are in animal foods to correct and fix things, re-regulate things, or bring things back to a certain level of homeostasis. Doesn't mean, I did high levels to get rid of a lot of my fibrosis from my lungs. That one of them was glassed over completely, and my heart and stuff like that, my liver, problems like that, and was doing high doses of choline as well to export fat out of the liver and get rid of and sort out my, gallbladder issues and stuff like that. But I don't do those high levels. But I was doing them back then, and they were accelerating the healing and improvement of my system. People can use stem cell enhanced type of supplements to get more stem cells out there. All these sort of things is because we're using them. We call them biohacks, but really what we're trying to do is mitigate the current damage and reduce it over time to get back to a level closer to an ancestral state of health as much as possible, so we're not suffering as much and our bodies are working better. That's what we're trying to do. And you're not going to find that in physiology books, I can tell you.
Yeah, well said. Well said. This made me laugh. I've got a podcast, Carnivore Muscle Ramblings. That's why Tom's talking about that.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, because we were talking quite a bit in the early past.
Yeah.
Is it too much UV light really lowering blood folate levels? And what means too much? Have you heard this one?
No, I'm not sure on this mechanism at all, personally.
Yeah, neither am I. I haven't seen any research showing that UV lowers blood folate levels. So, because there are a whole lot of other people that don't show that. Sometimes there are a number of carnivores that actually show much higher folate levels than other people. And there's a whole lot of reasons.
Yeah, I do see it's hit and miss with people. I never hear, we're always low or always high. It's always up high or low.
Yeah.
Around.
Well, the other thing is, folate levels can vary for a whole lot of reasons. So we've got two methylation pathways. The primary one, I know everybody says that the primary one is the folate B12, B6, riboflavin pathway. Well, why is that off the side? The enzymes that are coming into that cycle, the methionine cycle, are coming off the side? And why is the choline, betaine, right in the heart of the methionine cycle? I wonder why. Who got that wrong? Or whose politics were we pushing? The plant-based politics to, let's say, muddy this is a problem with physiology books. Let's separate the two pathways and put them here on their own, and we'll talk about them in different. Oh, there is a choline betaine one, and there's the folate and B12 one here. I wonder why we separate them like that and talk about independently, and even the gene that affects them independently. I know why, because if you basically see as the core one, which coming out of that methionine cycle, also you go to cysteine and taurine, which is that primary pathway from methionine right through to taurine, and the other ones are just add-ons connected, playing a sort of a secondary role. Let's reverse the role so we can push the plant narrative. Oh, we need more folate because we need to eat more plants. Get your friggin' veggie down, you little mongrels. Otherwise, you'll have a folate deficiency. And Yellow Ted may turn up and do something naughty.
With his truncheon.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
So now so pretty much it is choline. This is the reason why the Han Chinese, when they gave up on animal foods, what did the body do? It made that possible for 76% of the Han Chinese, one of the biggest percentages in any population on the planet, because they'd been vegetards for far too long, and they ended up with the body didn't upregulate folate or B12 or anything else. What did it do? It upregulated one thing and one thing alone: endogenous production of choline. Say no more. That in itself actually proves quite clearly which is prime. It's choline. So what is a folate deficiency? It's a choline deficiency. That's what it is. In a westernized society that hasn't had this adaptation like the Chinese, you primarily, for the majority of your existence, your ancestors consumed animal foods. Even up to 1960s, 2/3 were animal-based for all Western societies. Central Asians, Africans, and everywhere else. So what happened? We would depend on choline, and choline comes from animal foods. And choline can support the major methylation, the methionine cycle. That is why we require choline more than folate. B12 gets depleted by either too much folate on a plant-based diet, or it gets depleted. And folate gets depleted, is low because you're overusing it, because you do not have enough choline in your diet when you're eating a lot of plants. So, and this is what happens. Who are the people that have got the highest levels of homocysteine out of everyone? It's the vagoons. I've actually done a video on homocysteine, and I cover it quite clearly and show. And Dr. Gregor's on there. I take the piss out of him on the nonsense that he says, and I actually point out the exact mistakes that he makes. Go and check that out. That's a really nice video. It's a bit long, but it covers the science really, really well in terms of the methylation side of things and why our way is superior. So choline spares folate, and that's the critical stuff. And I notice some of these people, they have a choline deficient diet, and they're trying to, and I'm going, you're not getting enough in. And they also may have the majority of people that have, the carnivore space, because technically they should get enough choline. But the reason why they have very poor folate status most of the time is that they've got genes that don't allow them to, because we all can produce a bit of, not to the level of the Han Chinese, but a bit of choline in our system we can synthesize. And we're going to, so what happens, and this is through that methionine cycle, what happens why people have some genetics that don't allow them to do that, and they have to consume a lot of choline in their diet. I'm one of those people. That's why I can get fatty liver very quickly if I'm not eating animal foods. Probably explains my cardiovascular and many other things in my mid-40s. So, like, I know that Michaela had low folate. Maybe she has similar genetics to me and needs to consume a bit more choline than what she's consuming to fix that problem. And once you actually take in more choline, usually folate levels normalize because that other pathway isn't being used as much.
How significant is being within the normal range of a blood folate level? So is it that if you're high or low, it's a bad thing, or is it just some people can get away with lower or higher amounts?
Look, it sort of varies. Can I say that there is actual definitive scientific proof where it should be exactly? No. No such research exists. We've got not one shred of evidence to say that folate should be at this level. We definitely know that if folate is below a certain threshold, there's going to be a problem.
Yes.
And we also know if B12 is below a certain level, you will get pernicious anemia. That's even more certain. But how high folate should be is hard to say. Where with B12, the higher the better, in a sense. But choline is the key critical thing. The majority of people can avoid all anemia with choline because you're taking away the big requirements for B12 and folate. And once you minimize those needs, and it's really easy to get choline, just eat more animal foods because there's, in all animal foods, there's quite a bit of choline.
Yeah.
And that's what really makes the difference for most people. Once they eat more meat, people like, Sean Baker, he probably gets more than enough choline. He's never going to have a problem in terms of...
Yes. He eats 4 pounds of beef a day.
Yeah, and he eats shitloads of eggs, which are full of choline as well. So he's getting more, way above even his probably requirements. So his homocysteine levels will be super low as a consequence, way lower than other carnivores for that clear reason,
Yeah, he
and
had...
I've
Karen.
I've had carnivores that have basically had, a bit above the 7 in terms of homocysteine, below the 10, but they were like 8, 9, and they were worried about it. You're still better than the average person out there that are much higher than 10. And Vagoons are way over 20 and some even higher. They're in the very rarefied territory of it's a problem, a real big problem. And, vegetarians around about 17, 16, around there. So you should be below 7. But people that get a lot of choline in their diet usually have these much lower levels. That's it.
Oh, right. Makes sense.
So if you're worried about your homocysteine, just take some choline, you veg-tards out there.
Eat some eggs and eat a carnivore diet. Might sort it out a bit quicker.
That's even better. That's even better.
I'll make a video about the whole thing this weekend, honestly. It's so good, honestly. I'd go again. Such good talk.
Look, that's being in Tassie is a bit of a... You're so far away from from all this is what I find a bit annoying. That it's really hard to get that opportunity in that regard. I better just give me a sec. I need to... I'll get you to answer this. What have you learnt,
What did I learn?
Jonathan, from Bart K?
I learned that people don't always want to be told what to do or what the right thing is. That was one major thing. People can often lie for financial gain. And people don't always respect the truth for what it is. They don't have a hierarchy of evidence. sorted out, aligned in their head properly. I've learned that's probably the most obvious things. Also, you taught me a few things about YouTube and saying things online and try not to be wrong and being stupid. That's probably the main love, really. Try not to talk about things you don't understand, basically.
Okay, we've got a few super chats there that I've missed, so I better get through them. Just give me a sec, and I will go back to my. For some reason, I'm just having a few problems. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm just having some problems with the StreamYard.
One thing actually is, as well, I learned from Bart was about protein intake. I knew I was taking a piss before with the amount of protein that I was eating, but saying that, I've lowered it a bit, and my training performance hasn't gone down, muscle mass hasn't gone down, so I learned that as well. I learned we have an exact requirement. We won't always be perfect every day, but we can listen to our bodies and understand what that is and how much we need.
Yep. Yeah. What have I learned? I've learned the one that probably there were three things that I learned from Bart, because most of the other stuff I more or less knew about and was well aware. And it was, one of them was on the muscles, how they actually work, muscle energetics, how the different cogs work together. So that was one of the things that I learned from Bart. The Randall cycle was the other one that I actually learned from Bart. And light hygiene is the other one that I learned from Bart. So those are the three things that I really learned from Bart. Most of the other stuff, deuterium, I knew even before I met Bart, from Laszlo Boris. Looked at the Russian and Hungarian research in that. And to some extent, I was a bit further ahead on that than even Bart. So he actually ended up learning a bit from me on that. He learned a bit on the some of the ancestral stuff from me, and some of the actual ape stuff, because I actually did some early videos with him showing about the apes, what they really do, what they really eat, the hunting practices, and some of the ones in the savannah region where they're actually behaving like early hominins. So, and he found that interesting. So, so that was a bit of an insight how they've changed their behavior in a different environment, which sort of explains what happened to us in a sense. So there's that part. Then what else? A bit on the deuterium side, areas that was on the PUFA side. He learned from me that not to worry about animal-based food and the food matrix of animal foods and the way it's actually combined. Sort of, so because he had the old paleo, which I had as well, the old paleo belief that even PUFA from animal food should be minimized as much as possible. And then I showed him the sort of research that the aldehydes and the primary, secondary oxidative products and all that weren't an issue. It actually happened on one of my live streams, that one, because I wanted to discuss with him in private. And he said, no, just lay it out here. He said, okay, if you insist. So I put down my arguments, why and all that. And he goes, okay. And then I sent him a few links, some of the research, and he sort of agreed with me. And since then, he's sort of taken a strong position on that. That's not an issue at all. So that's good. He's dumped his that sort of view. He's probably changed some of his views on dairy in that regard. He was on the fence when it came to initially the 5G stuff, when that sort of blew up, and then I just did a video with him and showed the research. And we had one of the other guys, because Bart was on the fence at the time, and since he looked at that research that I presented, the Japanese research and the mechanistic studies showing quite clearly that no heat shock proteins were not activated, which is quite clear, oxidative stress, none of that, and a whole lot of other things. It was quite clear, and my argument was the only thing to be concerned about non-native EMFs is the blue spectrum. And that comes from all sources. 5G, the wiring in your home, all non-native EMFs. So let's not single out one source and only one source. Unless you want to go bush and abandon all modern technology, that's the reality. How do you mitigate it?
Yeah.
Through blue blocking glasses, better hygiene, sleep hygiene, and stuff like that, and a bit of extra DHA. That's how you mitigate it without giving up on modern life. So that was sort of my approach. So he learned some stuff from me, and I learned a number of really important things from the sciences from him. So that's pretty much me.
One of my life goals is to be able to teach Bart something about anything. One day.
Bodybuilding, is it?
Something like
You
that,
know,
yeah, maybe. It's funny, I asked him
there's,
questions
you know,
for my channel, and I'm like, I kind of know what he's going to say already, but if he ever disagrees, I will just say I disagree, because then we'll hash it out and we'll get the correct answer out of it anyway. So
yep, exactly.
that's what it's
Look,
about.
one thing that I like about Bart, he's a true scientist, and I'm,
Yes.
I approach the same things. If I'll put, I've got certain views of the way certain things work. If I'm wrong, I'll accept. I've actually I've changed my opinion on certain things that I held in the past and moved away from them. So there's nothing wrong. That's what somebody should do. If the evidence shows different, change. That's not a problem. I think, and Bart's quite clearly, once I presented the stuff to him, he goes, yeah, you're right. It's not an issue here. He accepts it. He's a scientist. He's not going to basically sit there and die on the hill for pseudoscience.
No.
Only an idiot would do that. So he's a true scientist in that respect. Probably one thing that he's taught me a bit of discipline is, not that I exaggerated things, but I overemphasize things. I'll be nice to myself. And he basically reminded me to be very, and it's the easiest way to fall into crack pottery, is what I'm
Yeah,
trying
you
to
get
say.
hooked on certain little mechanisms.
Yeah, exactly. So, reductionism is very easy. One of the easy pitfalls for most people in the early days. As you go along, you start realizing it's a more complicated interplay of a lot of different moving pieces, and nothing is actually, you can't give a static description. You just can give, you got to be very careful. Anyway, Michael, better get to Michael. Harry, my mum's been in the wars last 1.5 years, ongoing leg itching, rashes, wounds, irritation, ulcers, lesions. Now, Estonia also on other leg, on Panadol every 4 hours. She's had 4 jabs. Oh, yes. Something that my dad did as well. So, which he shouldn't have done. Look, she may have clotting factors as well, potentially, because a lot of people do with these things, even small amounts in certain tissue, that can create a lot of problems. I don't think she's on a carnivore diet either, so she's probably got a lot of derangements. She's probably not getting enough retinol. She's not getting enough. You could get things like, ultimately, she needs to change her diet. You know that if she's eating foods that her genes weren't designed for and causing irritation, there's no amount of supplements that can actually reverse a bad diet. Most people out there, they just get worse and worse, chronically worse and worse. And what doctors do is they manage their care rather than changing their lifestyle, because it's easy just to give you a drug, give you a prescription, say, thank you very much, ching ching, see you in a week's time for the next take of some dosh. So, yeah, it's the reality of the world, unfortunately. Look, things like with skin stuff, nicotinamide actually helps improve hydration of the skin. So that can improve things like that. She's not going to change her diet, is she? That's a bugger. So what could you get to be able to provide additional regulation of matrix metalloproteinases in these tissues? Well, vitamin D. So I would get a liposomal vitamin D, because she's probably got malabsorption issues. Most people that actually end up with all these problems have got malabsorption issues. They've got a whole ton of basically circumstances. So I'd get liposomals in terms of vitamin D. And I would also consider something like Rosita, which is from Norway, which they do it in the traditional way, cod liver oil. So she can get a bit of, because I suspect her levels of retinol will be quite low. in that regard. Do consider getting also really important a K2, like the if you do a search on iHerb, I think I've put a link before. And there is actually 100. We don't want high doses because that's only for therapeutic purposes. It has to be done for specific decalcification with a whole lot of other things, and that complicates things unless somebody's willing to do the protocol properly. I only recommend the low doses of 100 micrograms, which there are low dose menaquinone MK4 supplements. So that's the other thing that she probably needs as well. Deuterium depleted water would be great for her because that would lower the deuterium levels in her body and mitigate a lot of the energy deficit issues. And so healing by being able to restore some energy production would improve healing over time. So you can get that out of, I think the Romanian stuff's the cheapest. Send me an email and I'll send you a whole lot of links where to get a whole lot of these things, which makes it a hell of a lot easier. So that's...
About liver detox, Harry?
Choline.
Yeah.
Yeah, choline's going to, because a lot of these, like itching and stuff like that and all these sort of issues, most people have got liver problems as well. So they need to take milk thistle. They need to take choline. They need to take taurine. I need to know whether she's on blood pressure meds, or lithium or any other medication.
Michael should send an email, Michael, definitely.
Exactly. So I need a comprehensive list of everything she's on, she's taking, the dosages, and when she's taking them through the day, and what is her general diet like and all that. You give me all that, then I can give you some solutions. They're not going to be magical. They're not going to be perfect. They're not going to fix her problems unless she radically changes her lifestyle, which, knowing she's a Greek mama who basically is quite strong, probably have a strong personality, she's probably going to tell you to take a hike if you try and change your diet. So let's just try and reduce the amount of damage happening, which is the key thing, and try and improve some of the healing levels. So, but the key thing is try and get the seed oils out. Encourage her, tell her to go more native, back to olive oil, get rid of all the seed oils out of her home. That's the key thing you need to do. The ultimate that will help. That's about 30% of the struggle, getting the seed oils out. So get rid of that, and we'll worry about the other stuff later.
Yeah.
Angela, how are you? More coffee for Harry. Oh, thank you. Still and always great show and channel. Jonathan, quality collaboration. Yes, Jonathan.
Thanks for joining, Angela.
Value.
Oh, yeah. Very happy to be here. Very happy. Sophie's with the girls swimming today, so
is she?
doing some shopping.
Okay.
So, nice. I can't really swim still, so it's pretty redundant me going. I can't swim. Can't go on my front, basically.
Yeah, fair enough. So be it. Well, you're still recovering, mate. You're still recovering. Thanks.
I'm still, yeah. Thank you, Dom. That's appreciated by Harry's channel.
Oh, Angela again. How to get more choline when cannot eat eggs and liver. I have got a video on sources of choline, so go and check that video in my video. If you do a Google search of Harry Serpanos choline, there's a couple of videos of where you can get your choline from, and it covers all that sort of stuff. Seafood, a number of seafood is pretty good sources. So, and there's a few other, and at worst, choline bitrate supplementation is the next option. And people say, oh, well, it doesn't get into the blood-brain barrier and all that. Really? I've got research that shows the opposite, that if somebody supplements on it, it does improve. So, yeah, do you think that other part, the bitrate part, isn't cleaved off? or you think the body doesn't have the enzymes to do it. Give us a break. The body's like a Swiss Army knife, can pull things apart in so many different ways.
Yeah.
The other stuff is marketing. I have problems with the other stuff because the other stuff only goes to the brain primarily, and I don't want that going to the brain. I want the stuff going into the body, and then the brain saying, I need this amount, and then those, because the liver does a lot of the actual manufacturing of phospholipids and a whole lot of other things, phosphatidylcholine and stuff like that. So then the body can actually say, okay, you need this amount, I'll send it to you. Or I'll send you a certain amount of choline, or I'll send you a lot of the actual downstream products that you need. And that's a much better way. I don't like things that go straight into the brain. I prefer the body giving the nutrition, and then the body taking that and saying, we'll give this because that's what's required and no more. That's how you get you bust homeostasis in the brain. We need things to come in through the main pathways into the body, and then for the body to determine where this stuff's going to go and how it's going to be used, because there are enough transporters to move it around, and that's what I prefer, rather than going directly into something in a dose higher than the brain requires. I've got questions. I say to people, it's probably not the smartest thing. And especially when I've heard a number of troubling stories coming from people that say, this caused me these sort of effects or headaches or this. And I go, probably not a good idea to take it. It's fashionable to take things as nutraceuticals in that way, but maybe not the best thing.
Yeah.
I think we've got millions of years of evolution of genes that know what they're doing. I'll leave it to them to do that triage of where things should be. Just give enough resources. That's all the body needs, and it can work it out itself. These people are having conversations about yourselves. Oops. Well, that's what. Well, now you know how to actually reduce your dependence on folate. Eat more choline or supplement. Does sourdough bread or fermented grains in general, like trahana in Greece, trahana. Yes, that's what it's called. Greece or Albania really have an advantage over other kinds of bread. Well, it's going to have less anti-nutrients, which is the key thing. Obviously, it's contraindicated, but if you're going to have foods, and the sourdough bread in Greece, in villages in particular, gets sort of like, it's over 3 days in the traditional way, and the traditional bakers still do it over that, so they do it in a very different way. So a lot of things are done differently. Unfortunately, a lot of people in Athens, primarily for convenient purposes nowadays, get most of their bread from supermarkets, where in the rural areas or in small towns, they still get it from a bakery, which does it in the more traditional way. It's primarily sourdough. And there are some variations in some parts of Greece which use Zea bread, which practically has next to no gluten, and also has reduced amount of lectins, the old Zea bread. That was the old ancestral one before we abandoned it. Greece abandoned it early in the 20th century because the other commercial wheats came in, which were more competitively priced because they're being produced by big countries in mass amounts, and they could outcompete the Zea bread. And that's when in Greece bread consumption went up, because it was cheaper before it was expensive and was used very here sparingly in small amounts. But yeah, unfortunately, cheaper grains came into the country, and yes, since in the last 100 years, that has shown in the Greek population as well. They're not as healthy as they used to be. Yes, but also the other thing, Johnny, that they did back in those days, they consumed raw milk, and raw milk is high in lactoferrin. Lactoferrin binds lectins, really important, like gluten, which is a lectin. It actually binds those things and reduces them. It basically eliminates them through the, let's say, the rear end. You have to remember, guys, you need to put the queue in front for your questions.
I'm missing some of these. I can't quite tell.
Yeah. Beyond making sure you're hitting the nutritional requirements, do you believe that diet can be the driving factor to genetic changes to make animals bigger or taller? Yes. Yeah. If you take a look at populations, you just take a look at the Japanese. They brought back dairy and animal foods in a much higher level compared to pre-war, pre-World War II, particular dairy. And the population grew quite a bit taller compared to the population before the Second World War. So yes, animal foods do have, and they have a name for it, the island effect. When you're on an island and you've got limited nutrition, what happens is most people actually shrink in size, because as the population grows on the size, there's not enough, they outgrow their environment. As a consequence, you either have mass starvation, or over time people grow shorter, and that's what happens. And even the birth rates start dropping to lower levels, and because they end up eating more non-animal foods, also their reproduction suffers, so that then they achieve some level of balance with their environment in a sense. Anyway, let me just move through because I haven't covered a few. I think I've missed.
I think we're in the wrong place, Harry.
Yeah, I have to go to cover a few other people. Jenna, thank you very much. So, yeah, I was missing a few people. So, anyway, now I can go back. Find my location.
Beneath Jay the Flyboy's super chat about asthma flare-ups.
Oops.
9:15 a.m. Whoa. I don't know what time it will say for you, but it says 9:15 on mine.
Okay. Missing it. I'll go back up.
Yeah, very busy live today, isn't it?
I think I find that the biggest problem with this one is with StreamYard is that it's quite fickly at actually moving through it.
Yeah, it needs a better
yeah, they need to make it much better than what it is. It is problematic. So there's a couple of questions there. Oh, that was part 2. What was part 1? Okay, if I get asthma flare-ups after eating eggs, is it okay to use sunflower less than powder to get more choline? I'm 9 months carnivore after 5-year keto and have had diarrhea the whole time. Okay. I'm making a video. It'll be out this week. I don't want to give too much away. Why diarrhea is where diarrhea originates. It's not a purely adaptation thing. There are some people that it is a gut microbiome issue, but it's not the only reason. The reason is it's your gallbladder. It's a gallbladder issue. That's what it is. But I'll explain it and elaborate in that gut issue exactly what it is and how it works and why you get diarrhea, because it is a protective mechanism. So it'll all become clear once I do the video. So it should be out. I've collated it all together. I'm going to tape it tomorrow, and then it will take me a couple of days to process the damn thing, and then I'll release it later in the week, probably on Friday, hopefully, or Saturday, one of the two, depending on when, after I review it, make sure that everything's bloody properly. So you will learn about that part. Now, with asthma, it's a bit of a funny thing. You may be reacting to certain compounds in the eggs, nothing to do with the choline in the eggs. This has to do with, because your lung surfactant is actually made up of palmitate and choline. So basically, structural asthma, which a lot of people have and they don't even know it, is because they're not getting enough choline, or choline is overused by the methylation cycle, so they have less left over for, you've got other things like, well, I need choline for neurotransmitters, phosphatidylcholine, and, other phospholipids that need to be created. So there is a triage. So what's more important, the brain or the lungs? I'd say the brain is more important. And so is the liver more important or the lungs? You can have quite a lot of liver damage lung damage. If you lose your liver, you're done, in a sense. So it's a bit like that. Obviously, it won't allow the lungs to go completely, but people can actually lose a lot of lung capacity and actually be on breathing devices and still not have severe liver damage. So I've always thought that the liver was actually being prioritized to some extent by the body, unless you're hitting it with a lot of alcohol, creating a lot of fibrosis. Even then the body goes, well, I've only got so many resources to repair. You're overdoing it. Bad luck to you, is what happens. But in the scheme of things, when we look at it, it will prioritize things like kidneys, liver, heart, brain, because you can lose spleen, you can lose a number of other things. You lose one of those, like the liver, the heart, or the brain, or the kidneys, you're dead. But you can lose a spleen and you're not dead. You can lose a number of other things and you're not dead. You can basically have completely destroyed islet cells in your pancreas and be a diabetic 1 and you're not dead. So yeah, the body will prioritize certain things. Now, choline is really important for lung surfactant in the actual lungs. It's how I fixed my younger sister's 25 years of, she was a vegetarian for 25 years, had asthma for 25 years, and then came back from Greece after the economy went to shit there, came and lived with me for about 10 months and was forced to eat more animal foods than she'd ever eaten in her life, because otherwise you either eat or starve. I'm not going to make you any vegetarian foods. You can so she had no option, so she started eating my food, which is the best thing she did. And she started enjoying eating steaks and other animal foods. Guess what? 10 months later, and she's a smoker. She's given it up now, just recently, but she was a smoker back then. And here's a smoker, somebody who's now eating animal foods, and 10 months later has no asthma, and still has no asthma. And she makes sure, because I have a gene that affects, and I had bronchial asthma as a child. Again, it's the choline. I wasn't getting enough choline in my diet, and I didn't know it. And then once I fixed the choline side of things, now there are some people that have got allergy or autoimmune issues. That's a smaller number of people. I think the large majority of asthma people are due to a choline deficiency. The big one.
It could be for me. Yeah, literally as soon as I started the carnivore diet, my asthma symptomology went
Yeah.
very quickly. N-acetylcysteine helped to get rid of it. I'd say when I was on a standard diet, and NAC worked, it did its job.
Yeah.
I ran out of capsules or something. Then I went to the carnivore diet, then it sorted itself out. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have... My lung capacity now is like 1,200 or something, which is really,
Yeah.
really high.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I can, go up from the ground floor or the basement up to 9 floors and even go jogging. Before I was struggling to get to 1 or 2 flights of stairs, and when I had, so fundamental difference. Even my sister, she struggled a bit as well because of the asthma, and she had some really severe flare-ups. Again, she couldn't do proper gas exchanges because lung surfactant plays a big role in gas exchanges. And then you get the downstream effect where you're not clearing things properly, and then you can actually do further damage inside the lungs. That's when, and then you upregulate matrix metalloproteinases that come in and actually cause more derangements in the collagen structures inside the lungs, and it just exacerbates the thing. But that's not the cause. The cause is a deficiency in the first place. And if you're not getting enough in the diet, or you're doing things that actually cause greater, you could say, depletion of choline, then you've got a problem. And so, and here's, she's a vegetarian. You'd think she'd be supporting the other methylation pathway with all that folate plants that she was eating. Well, no, wasn't doing the thing, because she wasn't doing like a SAD diet. She was doing a vegetarian diet. That means eating plants and stuff like that, and a very limited, a bit of feta cheese here and there, primarily fish, not so much, so she wasn't getting enough of. And as a consequence of that, and she was only consuming small amounts of fish, small amounts of dairy as well, so it was just small amounts. And she's got similar genetics to me, and it explains why a lot of things weren't working properly. Yeah. So, yeah. But that's my theory about the carnivore diet and asthma. And I mean, you've got an N of 1 experience. I've got an N of 1. My younger sister's got an N of 1. So,
Yeah, you're congested as well. I mean, what people find in the carnivore diet is they eat how much they need and no more. People that have a standard Western diet, they typically can binge eat and overeat. I know if I eat too much food, I feel congested and my asthma is worse. So,
yep.
Probiotics.
Yep. You're probably missing a whole lot of lactobacillus and a whole lot of bifidobacteria. That's why it stopped. So, yeah, it can be that's the other thing. So there's one other reason, which I'll explain in the video, and the other reason is that can cause it is a gut microbiome imbalance, or the lack of lactobacillus and bifidobacteria sufficient. And that's the problem that Necro Kitty had. Remember, she had about 2 years, and then we went on a regime. We did some kefir with her and stuff like that, and she actually resolved all those problems. So it can be a gut microbiome related issue, or it can be this other, issue that a lot of people seem to have these days, or both. They have both the gut microbiome issue and the gallbladder issue. That's why they're cutting gallbladders out left, right, and centre nowadays. Everybody's plant-based. I will come back to you, Stefan. And got some milk thistle. Yep. Okay. So you've been listening to what I've been saying, because I heard you mention milk thistle and choline, high doses, and taurine, high doses. There's proper bile flow, and I'm thinking I could have fixed problem that milk thistle can fix. Yep. Yeah. So if you're doing all those things, they will help actually make sure your digestive system starts working better. Yep. It's more of a comment than a question. Why do some people on keto diet report that a bit of carbs in the evening helps their sleep? Well, I'll give you a jab at that if you want.
Yeah, got 'em. I do notice this as well. I find that people typically undereat fat. So people that are low in energy substrate, they're chronically stressed, they have higher levels of cortisol. Do I know for a fact? No. But they exhibit a lot of symptoms which make me think that they're very high stress people. Because when I speak with them, like I speak to Harry now, you get a visual representation of how they are, how anxious they are. You can tell if they're stressed or not a lot of times just by looking at them. I ask them their macros, they tell me, oh, I'm eating 300 protein and 120 fat maybe on a good day. I'm like, oh, okay. Your protein's very high, so it could be stressful in itself in your digestive system, potentially, if you're not utilising it properly. Then the fat is also very low. And you're chronically exercising every day, doing an hour of walking every day, 5 hours of weight training a week, 30 sets per workout. You got no energy substrate and you're stressed out as hell. Carbohydrates inhibit some of the production of excess cortisol. Fat also does the same.
Exactly.
So there's a thing that I do for people is I say to them, if you can get a brick of butter and put it next to your bedside table at night. If it's not feasible for you to eat last thing in the day, just, like a tablespoon of butter will help you sleep. That does seem to work in most cases, funny enough.
Yeah, it does.
People like carbs as well. They like a treat. So they like an apple or something before bed. So I think
I need to
that's why they
justify.
probably...
I need to justify this to myself.
Yeah, that's what I personally think it is as well. Could be a lack of fat adaptation as well. Maybe they just need to feel full, So
Yeah, fat adaptation can be an issue if people are transitioning or have had some malabsorption issues, and then the carb is much easier to absorb and can do the trick. And so it can also be, that's a really good point about malabsorption, and why people are not fat adapted. And as a consequence, they can absorb, carbohydrates much easier through the portal vein. But when it comes to, free fatty acids, you do need a certain amount of bile to be able to do that and stuff like that. So that can be an issue for some people if they've got a bit of a gallbladder issue. So, or there's still the machinery, but you've been on a carnivore diet for some time, Stefan. So I would say you wouldn't have that problem. But some other people, they probably have some of these problematic adaptations and stuff like that. But as Jonathan says, I know a number of people as well, highly strung, stressed out of their minds, their families and all that. And what is this? It's like a comfort food. It sort of does, you take a bit of, in the evening, a bit of fat, because you're burning the candle at both ends. And so you're exhausted by that evening time. Some of these people are still wired like mad and exhausted, and just taking, any source of energy, which is like a comfort food, whether it's fat, like the, dairy, like some butter, which is much preferable, or a carb, they will get a similar effect. It's just, you could have a cigarette, probably have a similar calming effect. That's what they're getting, So, but they're not fixing the underlying problem, which means is managing their stress fundamentally. Obviously you could use a lot of things. We know that taurine in higher dose in the evening can actually lower cortisol and amplify melatonin and make you more sleepy and reduce your anxiety, because it actually directly works through GABA-A. Not like energy substrates, which also work, but not in a direct way, but as a downstream effect. So, there are many ways of skinning the cat, so to speak. But a lot of these people are, I've met a number of them. They're just highly wired. And if they're not anxious, they're basically jumping all over the place like jackrabbits.
Yeah.
And this person's really wired, really highly strung.
Yeah. That's honestly, that's why I get so many people to talk to me. I'm like, some people want a consultation, but they don't want to turn the camera on. I'm like, ideally you would turn it on because I can see what you're like, and you get much better picture of what someone's disposition is, and how you're going to run their diet, how hard you're going to diet them, if at all. So, yeah.
Yep. Precisely. Is there any concern with raw milk in terms of bacteria infection? Can be sometimes, yes. In the traditional raw milk sort of situation, no, because back then in the old days, you would basically get the milk, you would basically put it in, and you would take it to the markets and sell it. Unfortunately, today it gets all dumped into a milk truck in large quantities, gets all mixed up and all that, and you've got so many different hands that are actually having it, interacting with it. The problem with that is there is always the risk of some sort of pathogen that may be on somebody's hands entering the milk and then growing. But that can happen even after, let's say you pasteurize milk and then you accidentally you've gone to the toilet and accidentally put your finger in the milk bottle. Do you think you can't actually introduce certain pathogenic bacteria potentially, and they could grow in there and make you sick? Yep, they could. But then it's you causing yourself the problem, not the company. And that's why they're pasteurized, because they don't want to have liability. Because in today's world, we all want to blame someone. Problem is our food supply is always at risk. Most of the food, salmonella and many other things, most outbreaks are from raw veggies.
That's right.
Nowadays, because that's what salmonella, the majority of people, the majority of people, that's what they consume, raw veggies. They don't consume animal products to the same degree. In the past, more animal foods. Maybe we should pasteurize basically broccoli.
Pasteurized, cleansed. I had this argument with, live with, I think, two or three vegetarians in third year of university. Bear in mind at the time I was eating a very, very mixed diet, to say the least. And they were saying to me, can you put your meat, make sure it's at the bottom of the fridge so it doesn't drip onto our food? I was like, oh, all right. I didn't really care so much, but it's just the fact they sort of told me that, and I was like, I did explain to them, like, there's more risk of salmonella from the foods that you're eating than what I'm eating.
Precisely.
Also, food I'm eating, I'm taking it from the freezer to the fridge and eating that day, because that's how much food I eat.
Exactly.
Because you have about a shelf each, and they're just, I don't know. But yeah, I've been to dairy farms. Annabelle Smithson went to the farm she volunteers at maybe about a month ago. It's quite a clean sort of setting. It's not horrible.
That's right.
They do it the right way, and it's overstated, I think, like you kind of mentioned.
It is. And so if as long as proper hygiene is applied when it comes to any food production, even right down to the retail where they're actually preparing food like sandwiches or whatever, at any stage where humans are actually coming into contact with food, there's the potential to introduce pathogenic bacteria to the food. So to say that one food is more problematic than another is just ridiculous. It's just that people have gone, let's just do all these things to minimize, so we can say, oh, we did the right thing. We have no idea how that came in, so they can just reduce liability. It's really what it is in the modern world. It's like all the preservatives we put in, stuff like that, again, to minimize liability or shelf life, so you can sell it for longer periods of time. It's all these convenient factors or to avoid liability. But it does have a profound negative effect on the quality of our food in the long run. Not a good thing. Is there a concern with sugar content in milk? Absolutely not. When Carnivore, especially if you drink up to a litre. Well, how much will a litre give you?
44 grams ish.
Exactly. And that depends on the milk. Like the raw milk that I get is 3.8, which basically gives you 38 grams. It's got more because they don't siphon off the fat, which is nice.
I see.
Yeah. So made by cow. Where some of the companies siphon off more of the fat for butter and cream, and as a consequence, the lactose amount is much higher in their milk product. That's why they vary. You have to look at them, and it will tell you exactly. And all you have to do is then do a search and look at all their product range, and you go, okay, we know where you're using the extra stuff. because cows only produce a certain amount. So all of them use some in, like a Maasai cow would have much higher fat, much less sugar in it compared to any Western cow. And the reason for that is because, or any cow anywhere, because we're siphoning off some of that fat for the purposes of producing cream and butter. That's the reason. And so it goes up. So it goes up to anywhere between, it's anywhere between 3.8 all the way up to about even 5. And that's it with full cream milk, as they call it. Can be up to 5. So a litre would give you 50 grams of carbohydrates. At 50 grams of carbohydrates, some people will still be in a low-grade ketosis, and that's still relatively ketogenic at 50 grams per day. And if you space that out, and if you're physically active, it'll be a blip. All you'll do is just reduce the amount of gluconeogenesis that you undertake. But you're not going to get much of a spike in blood sugar. I've actually done the test. Doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Unless you're
I've
guzzling
done
down litres and litres and litres, and you're over 100 or whatever, that's when it becomes an issue.
It's very hydrating as well, milk. People, like you said about the deuterium stuff in the past. Like, honestly, if I just drank milk each day, I would not drink nearly as much water.
Yep.
Like in proportion, litre for litre, I noticed
that. Yeah, exactly. I hardly drink, when I'm drinking milk, like I'll drink about a litre in a day sometimes. And exactly, I have the same experience. Bugger all. I may have one glass of water, maybe, if that. It's usually, primarily it's milk, the milk content. And even my coffees, I put quite a lot of milk in them, so I don't put a lot of water, very little. So, and it's usually from the coffees, the 3 coffees or 2 coffees that I have. So, yeah, that's where the majority of the quite milky ones. It's easiest way to get milk rather than actually having to do it separately, so it's just the way I do it. Somebody would have to be extremely sedentary, extremely small for 50 grams to be a problem for them to deal with, so no. And that's at the high end. Most people, as your milk's about 4.4, and my
4.4
raw
to
milk,
4.8.
Yeah, my raw milk is pretty much at 3.8. So it varies in that, and it also varies between the cows as well. So the type of cow as well, there is a bit of a variation there as well. The one that I do is Jersey. Key, your thoughts on chronic inflammatory response syndrome? I hear that expression all the time on YouTube recently.
It's the new topic, Harry. The new topic.
Is it? Okay.
The new topic, apparently. Yeah.
Well, I haven't heard of it. It's just another. It's just another one of those. In my way, I've always known it as inflammation. Somebody coined a new word. Oh, fantastic! They need to give it an acronym.
Syndrome as well. Syndrome.
It's a syndrome as well. Inflammation is inflammation. It's not a syndrome. A syndrome is more like, bipolar syndrome or some other thing. It is.
We don't know what's caused it, but something's happened.
Yeah, we know exactly what causes inflammation, and it's usually things like seed oils, refined sugars in high amounts, engaged Randall cycle, aldehydes, primary, secondary oxidative products. We pretty much know what causes inflammation in the body. Somebody being punched, that'll cause inflammation in the head. Somebody being kicked, that will definitely cause inflammation. So just go outside if you want a bit of inflammation or want to test a theory, just kick yourself or punch yourself. You'll definitely get some inflammation. So it is absolutely nonsensical. Who came up with this acronym?
Someone probably trying to sell a program to get rid of it.
Okay.
My guess. I
That
see
makes
it, but I
sense.
don't know about it. I
That
don't. I watched one video. I
makes
was like, "Oh, it
sense.
just sounds like information."
Yeah. Oh, okay. CIRS biz is a lot about mold, etc. Ah, okay. So why don't they just call it,
Mold
the mold?
information.
Yeah, either mold inflammation or call it, um, you know, some sort of mold related health issue, or mold exposure. That's what we used to call it in the past, mold exposure. So we would say
Yes.
you are suffering from mold exposure. Not,
Yeah.
I mean, chronic inflammatory response syndrome does not tell me you're suffering from mold exposure. Somebody told me that, I'd go, I don't know what you've got. But if they told me I've been exposed to mold, I'd say, okay, so you've been exposed to yeast. You've got a severe yeast infection. Okay, now let's sort that out. Yeah, that's completely different in a sense. Bloody yeah. Well, I mean, there's plenty of websites that actually discuss how to remove mold from homes, how to mitigate it, and all that. I'm not a professional. I know some stuff about it because I've read up on it, but I'm not going to claim that I'm a professional. I'm not going to give people advice about how to sanitize their environment. They need to go and see a professional who deals with mold exposure and mold treatment of moldy places. On the other side of things, obviously, that's the key thing. You have to change the environment. If you can't change if you don't fix the environment, no matter what amount of supplements you take. Now, you can take supplements which are similar to some of the Candida protocols, the antifungal stuff like that. They help. And there's a number of substances out there. Also taurine and choline also help with dealing with mold as well. But that's not going to cure the problem. You need to get out of a moldy environment. It's a mold exposure. So calling it a syndrome, it's like saying, oh, we can give you a whole lot of supplements, but I'm going, hold on, there's an exposure. You need to get rid of. It's like a chemical exposure. It's not like saying, I'm going to give you a whole lot of things to chelate these chemical compounds and all that. No, you need to remove the chemicals from the environment that you're in. That's weird. Yeah, probably some naturopath who wants to make a bit of money. Wouldn't be surprised.
There are products for it, Harry, apparently. I know I was speaking to Annabelle about it, and she asked me about 4 months ago. I was like, I'll just change your environment. I don't know about supplements or if they'd be of any use. They might be, but I've not looked into it, and I can't think of why they would be.
Yeah, well, fundamental is
Outside of the
actually
normal
really
stuff.
changing, fixing your environment. Exposure to mold is a problem. You can't. Yeah, you're going to be continuously exposed. It can raise blood sugar levels. See, some people can be exposed to mold and their blood sugar levels rising and then going, I don't know what's causing it. Well, it's the mold that's causing it. It's not the carnivore diet, it's the mold. Now, other things can cause it, like calcium issues, like those genetics 24% of people have, or a number of other things. But, if it's mold, well, unless you get out of the moldy environment, your blood sugar levels are going to be running much higher. Simple as that. And no matter if you can supplement, but it's going to end up harming you long term. And supplements are not going to resolve the problem completely because you're still in an environment where you're being exposed. It's like, I'm in a radioactive environment. Should I take iodine for the rest of my life? No. Why don't you get out of a radioactive environment or get the radioactivity removed from your environment? So anyway, we must be normal. Some people have different ways of viewing the world. Okay. I shake my bloody head. I think I could live just on fatty beef ribs for a good while, slow cooked and then a fat crisped up nicely in the air fryer. My favorite would be pork, piggy. I'm a piggy fan, not a beef fan. But I think we should vary it a bit because there are some variations, like beef, lamb will have more B12. Will have a number of other nutrients which are slightly higher than in porky, but porky will be much higher in things like niacin, in things like thiamine, and So I think having a bit of diversity in the type of stuff you eat, you'll end up a bit better off in the long run. Anyway, do certain populations have a need for dairy? Like, for example, the Balkans. I'm Albanian myself and feel my mood and digestion better when eating a relatively large amount of dairy. You probably, Martin, have genes that are, pastoral. So, yeah, that's why you're pretty, So, from my Greek background, we've got pastoral genes as well, because 85% of Greece is mountainous. Large parts of Albania is pretty much mountainous. So is Bulgaria. Oh, they do have some lowlands, but still there are a number of pastoral regions. And in most of the Balkans, it's pretty mountainous in many of the areas. And there's quite a lot of pastoral culture, sheep, goats, and stuff like that. So, yeah, if your ancestors consumed it for quite some time, you may even have those genes where you require more dairy for the calcium. So I usually will say that if your ancestors did, definitely get some dairy into you, and don't feel, there's a bit of bullying in the carnivore community where everybody has to be beef only. If you're not beef only, you're not a pure carnivore. That's nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. We all have certain, in the last 10,000 years, adaptations which will change slightly our food requirements to get certain micronutrients. Prioritize, Martin, your own health, and don't listen to what people, are saying out there, because most of them talk from a position of ignorance. I think Jonathan would agree on that.
Yes, certainly. I did beef only for, including tallow, so I had extra fat, 2 fatty beef. About 3 days I lasted. I had heart palpitations, I was anxious, my blood pressure went very low, and I felt like crap.
Exactly.
So I didn't do it anymore. And someone told me, "Oh, so you're not adapted." I'm like,
"Yep."
Well, I got warning signals not to do it. I'm not going to try and adapt to something I'm not meant to
do. Yeah, and immediately I suspect because remember, a lot of the people in the British Isles, especially in Ireland, have long pastoral history and genetics. And I wouldn't be surprised if you had similar genes to me on that when it comes to the gene covering the calcium. And most people who get, when they go on a carnivore diet, arrhythmias or low blood pressure or deranged blood pressure and heart palpitations and elevated blood sugar, it's usually down to the calcium homeostasis, the calcium problem. So, yeah, it usually resolves itself. No, definitely. I did it for a period of time, a couple of months, and felt like crap doing paleo and taking out dairy, and when I went low carb and brought back dairy, I felt great again. So I know what will cause my heart arrhythmias and palpitations once I reduce the amount of dairy intake. I'll get that problem, and no way do I want that either.
Yeah, people will say, "Oh, add in the calcium supplement." I'm like, well, adds in a problem to itself. It's not a whole food source.
Exactly. I usually say to those people, "F off."
Yeah. let me drink my milk.
Exactly. Basically.
Yeah.
Crude and rude, but yes, but I will call them that. Joey is also about to move to Costa Rica.
Who's that? Who's Joey?
Joey? That little kid.
Never heard of him. I think a lot of us have shunned him a little bit. We're not really.
Yeah, exactly. He's moving to. Okay. Is he going to be learning to surf as well?
Probably learning to cut up, I don't know, pineapples and things and mangoes.
Probably. Easy, Zealous. How are you, mate? What is the definition of quantum biology? Is the deuterium-mitochondrial relationship already quantum biology, more or less? And the redox state as well in the mitochondria. What other biologies are there? Pretty much, organic chemistry. That pretty much is a key factor in biology. Then there is molecular, the molecular field. Then there is people who specialized in epigenetics, which is another field of biology. So, what else is there? I'm trying to think now. You could say also general general, what do they call it? There's a word for it. The sort of all the enzymatics sort of. Oh, I can't remember it. Anyway, and yeah, so there's a few sort of subcategories, you could say. The deuterium part is an element of quantum biology. The other part is light and photonic energy, and like in the mitochondria, like within the actual cytochrome C, within the electron chain, you can actually affect the way it actually functions. It's like a sort of with photonic redshift photonic energy, the way it actually interacts with it and actually affects its state and vibrating state within that, and affects the potential of the electron chain. It's the evidence isn't robust. Jack Kruse doesn't explain that it's not robust, because it isn't robust. It is theorized, to be more precise, that you could actually probably extract from UV close to the equator about an additional 30% of energy in that regard. But, I usually say to people, well, I can give you taurine and actually increase the Krebs cycles, by 30%, so I can actually put more substrates in there. And then with some light, obviously, try and utilize more of that. That's where sort of red light therapy comes into it and stuff like that people do. And that is sort of viewed as quantum biology. Elements of grounding is also considered quantum biology, because you're pulling up electrons, and electrons are, particles as well, which do behave as particles, but also as waves, photonic. So all these elements, you could say, fall within the category of quantum biology. So yeah. The moment you've got some people now are trying to dwell within the sort of the new area is to look at the, smaller particles, and where we're looking at muons and quarks and all sorts of things like that. And there's a bit of research happening there to see that when you have different frequencies of light, how that affects the, the sort of the direction of the quarks, whether they're, and how they're actually being directed in a north-south type, the sort of position. So they're looking at all that sort of stuff, interesting stuff, but very hard to measure some of this sort of stuff. There is a lot of, I'll be nice, conjecture on how it actually works. That means an opinion on how it possibly works. So that's all the sort of, you could say, elements of it. For us, for probably me and Bart, and even for Jack to some extent, we're more at that, you could say, at that top level, which is the protons, the electrons, the photons, and the different frequencies of light that are interacting with that machinery that is producing ATP. That's probably where we sort of sit, because that's really actionable. Now, the next stage may not be that important at all. It's just a deeper understanding of the sort of the smaller, forms of matter, or even going beyond that is sort of, maybe there's some additional things that happen within biological systems that we may discover. Who knows? We'll see how that plays out. Yeah, but I don't think we need to go that far. And even on the deuterium story, it's really food that really plays a key role. And then, syncing ourselves with the circadian rhythms of the planet, earthing ourselves now and then, those sort of things have an additional benefit. But you can go, over the top with these things as well. We have to be careful. There's plenty of centenarians that never did any of this sort of stuff. So what I'm trying to say is, let's not, yes, it's nice to inquire and learn a bit about that, but let's not get too wound up in the nuance. I like things that are useful, that are going to basically improve people's lives, myself and others. Yeah,
I can get behind that. It's like a deep, like you said, a deep understanding of things that won't make much real world difference. What you can apply is the most important thing.
Precisely, yeah. And I think that's most important for most people. But I do have an inquisitive mind and, a capacity to understand this sort of stuff. But it's, I'll learn it just to learn it because I'm interested in it. But I'm not going to share it because, most people will either go over their heads or it'll have no applicability to their lives. So why waste their time? And I know because I've actually done certain slightly sciencey type videos and they didn't get a lot of looks.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? Go for all this effort.
I know. And they were the most difficult to make as well.
Yeah. Yeah, my best videos, I think, are the most useful videos, get like 150 views, and I'm like, oh, that's a waste of time. Yeah, I know. I feel like that sometimes as well. The one on homocysteine where I take that's probably not extreme sciencey example, but it's one of those just general things. But even one of those, very few. It took ages to get enough people to watch it, and that was me putting it in the actual community page a number of times to try and get people to redirect them to even know about it. Send it to me, Harry. Send it to me if there's anything, because I'm in lots of groups and I could probably send out to about 30,000 people at any given point. If there's anything you're really proud of, you thought that was good and that's useful, I'll definitely.
Yeah, I think because there's amongst the vagunarized community and a lot of the communities, homocysteine is a big thing that people talk about, and so that's probably a one that tears, Dr. Gregor multiple arseholes. So I think that would be a really good one to bang
good thumbnail as well, probably
exactly. So that I'll send you a link. Oh, thumbnail. Oh, that would be funny.
Yeah.
Yes. Richard with his.
That was a good video. I enjoyed that one.
Oh yeah. Yep. I'm glad you did. It's applicable to all people in the Balkans in the past. They were their N15 data from people from, Algeria, the up all the way up to sort of areas like where the Hungarians are, and areas like that. All these areas, you look at them, and the N15 data was really super high in those periods, and then over time it sort of slowly declines, especially as we get some of the agriculturalists coming in from Asia Minor, and that some changes it at that stage. So yeah, it's interesting where we were, and then interesting where we ended. Yes, very much so. But it's more than just, well, yeah, okay. In a sense, it's all photonic energy. Okay, fair enough in that regard. Dark field carnivore. We didn't want to complicate it too much for them, but it really does also, protons and electrons are part of that story as well. And so deuterium does come into it as well. It's not completely removed when it comes to quantum biology. But yes, the focus is on the photons and waves. Would certain populations have a necessity for carbs, even just a small amount? No. There is not one population anywhere in the world where they have an inability to undertake gluconeogenesis. So unless you can find a population, one single population that can't endogenously produce glucose, or even convert some of that glucose into fructose to provide for certain parts of the body, in particular the sperm, no. So I think you'd agree on that.
Yeah, I understand. Kind of like, if I was to reframe this question, I'd say, are there any current or past epigenetics within different populations which meant they have always had a source of carbohydrates to the point where they have lost their ability to use gluconeogenesis? You've already answered that question.
Yeah, so there is none. There is none. I mean, the only population that can't go into ketosis very easily are the ones, the Inuit, that are close to the Arctic, and there are reasons for that. And no, I shouldn't have drank it. Swallowed it the wrong way. Talking. And I actually had Bart's got his own theory about it, about the Inuit. And Chris Master John has got his theory on it. I had my theory, which was my hypothesis, which was the deuterium side. I've rejected it completely. I've thrown it away. I'm no longer agree with that. So I think I was completely wrong on that one, on the deuterium thing. So I've thrown that away. That was a hypothesis I threw out there. Maybe there was an issue, but nah. I've come up with a new one, which is more plausible than any of the others. And I'll make the video and cover that quite comprehensively, and then people realise, okay, that makes sense. Makes more sense than the other propositions where they're being the sheer speculations without any underlying evidence to back it up. I've actually, with my new hypothesis, the plausibility goes up because I can actually back it up with some real evidence, how the genes tie into a number of these other things, and it all makes sense. So where the other positions are more, taken from a different position because there are Inuits further south, away from the Arctic area, that don't have those genes. So, Stephens has to leave. I'm at my mum's place and she won't delay lunch a minute. Looking forward to the reply. Thanks so much. Not a problem. Take care, Stephen. Enjoy. Yeah, prioritize your family, mate, always, because I do. And so there are zilch on that one. So we'll move along. Pavel, regarding minoquinone 4, are there diminishing returns? For instance, would 5 milligrams of minoquinone 4 be proportional less effective than 45 used in the Japanese studies? Well, it depends where you are, at what stage, and if you're decalcifying. Yeah, so I wouldn't be at those levels personally. You could potentially cause yourself, especially if you've got the genes like me, you'll definitely do that, a serum calcium deficiency and some derangements in electrolytes in the body. So you've got to be very careful with taking minoquinone 4 in high doses, especially if you don't need it. Do you have actual active reasons why you need it at that dose? Most people probably only need the 100 to 200 micrograms. mcg is more than enough for those purposes. At these mega doses, it has to be basically for decalcification, as a decalcification protocol, and you need to have checked and scanned yourself to make sure you've got stable angina before you start removing calcium rapidly. So yeah, it's a bit more involved than let's just go for it. No, we don't just let's go for it. There is a specific protocol that one must follow. People usually email me and ask me and tell me their whole life history and what exactly they've got. And then I give them a whole lot of links and stuff and say, this is what you need to do for these reasons. And if you've got a true, you've got arterial calcification. So if you've got that, that's a different thing. But then you need to approach me, and we can't cover that in something like this, or cover somebody like Bart as well, who does consultancies and can spend more time with you, because I will only do the occasional email. And currently I'm not really doing emails, so I usually say to people, leave me a comment, and that's what I'll action, and I'll only action it to a certain level because I can't sit there and write forever. So if it's going to require a lot of explanations, I used to do these long, replies, and people have seen them before. They know exactly what I did, but I just don't have the time. It's just, So because it ends up like a typing out a consultancy.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I say to people, I'm not going to give you a proper answer in a one sentence message back to you. I'll be doing you a disservice because it might be completely irrelevant to you and it might actually harm you.
Yep.
So that's why I don't, unless it's something like, oh, do you need carbs to build muscle? Say, well, no. But something obvious like that.
Exactly. This is more of a consultancy thing where you do need to consult with someone like Bart.
Yeah, speak to Bart, definitely, for that question. Speak to Bart.
Yeah. And yes, those animal studies and some of the human trials, that they did these mega doses, but also they were giving them coenzyme Q10, they were giving them electrolytes, they were doing a whole lot of raft of things at the same time as they were doing this. So there was a whole lot of things involved. There's a whole protocol. You have to go through the study and look at all the details. And these people have been scanned to assess what their state, have they got unstable or stable angina? They'd be looking at all this sort of stuff. So it wouldn't be like somebody new who's just turned up with cardiovascular disease, we'll put them in the study. No, they'd send them directly for surgery under those circumstances. It's usually people that have got stable angina over some time that they would use these decalcifications. They would be allowed in the study because academics don't like to do studies where some of their people die. Not a good look. Because then they need to remember, nobody dies, and they just fabricate the outcome statistics. You will die. More people will die in 50 years' time. Whether they will or not, who knows? Because the academic will have retired by then. is pork necessary for thiamine on a carnivore diet? Well, you can actually get it from other things. You can actually get from pork. You can actually get a bit from certain fish like tuna and stuff like that, and certain other fish. So there's a number of different sources. Even beef, lamb, and many other things have thiamine, and our requirements are half the RDI. They're not, unless you've got an underlying issue. So not really. But we did consume piggy from a very long time, wild boar and stuff like that. Even the chimps hunt little piglets. So in the primate family, piggy's been very much part of the diet for a very, very long time. So it's not an issue in that regard. But do you need to be... I can eat piggy every day. It doesn't bother me. I love it. But I have a struggle. My two favorite meats are piggy and lamb. And so pretty much everything gets a second place when it comes to meats. And in my fridge, it's primarily pork and lamb. There's very little beef. I probably have beef probably at a barbecue, and that's usually once a month or sometimes a fortnight, but it's primarily pork and lamb for me. So
I had pork 20 years ago, Harry. So you don't need it. It's just a good source of thiamine.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But we use half of it because the two pathways, the enzymatic pathways that require thiamine, obviously through glycolysis requires that additional step, and so it requires more than through. Even if you're actually oxidized, you've run over all of energy substrates on your body and everything else, and you don't have enough fat, you don't have enough sugar and all that, and you're forced to use protein. Even protein uses that pathway that fat uses, so you use less. It's only glucose that uses double the amount. So again, the RDI, halve it. That's where somebody on a low carb, on an animal-based diet, pretty much is.
Yeah.
So I would not worry about that. Would people have eaten a large amount of eggs? I think we've covered that. You've asked me twice.
This one about gallbladder being removed, I think. We answered that one.
I think I answered it earlier.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think I covered that earlier. Sally Norton said oxalate impairs gluconeogenesis. The reason why someone going through dumping might benefit from carbohydrates is milk fine. How much? What are your thoughts?
I'd
like to know how the mechanism, how oxalate impairs.
The mechanism, yes. What I'm thinking is, if you're trying to reduce oxalate dumping, you end up putting more oxalate foods in to slow it down a bit, and which is usually a form of carbohydrates itself.
Yeah.
So I think milk, for example, wouldn't have oxalate in it, or very trace amounts, so it wouldn't reduce oxalate dumping. That's what I'm guessing, but...
Yeah, but what she's actually claiming is that it impairs gluconeogenesis.
That bit, yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't heard that. It's the first time I'm hearing this.
It might be a new piece of research. It's something we probably need to look into.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's true. But I haven't heard, and I'd love to know the mechanism. How, maybe some people sometimes, because you have to do a proper experiment where you've got people dumping oxalate, and then the low carb, because just because you're getting certain symptoms, like you may get high cortisol from the stress from the dumping, that doesn't mean your gluconeogenesis is being inhibited and you need more carbs to basically, benefit from, that problem. It's just pretty much that what we were talking about earlier, high stress, you can take either fat or carbohydrate and actually reduce slightly the cortisol effect. So
I found the
usually
research, by the
cortisol.
way.
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
came up quite quickly. That's quite surprised.
Okay.
I'll just read what the abstract of it sort of says.
Yeah.
Oxalate apparently acts by inhibiting pyruvate carboxylase. It is known to inhibit the isolated enzyme, and inhibition of gluconeogenesis was much greater in a bicarbonate deficient medium where pyruvate carboxylase activity
Hold on.
limits overall rate.
Did they say medium? That's a in vitro.
Was much greater in bicarbonate deficient medium. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's an in vitro study. Yeah. So yeah, that's not the same as in a liver where you're going to get gluconeogenesis. That's in a medium
Yeah.
without a number
I'll
of the
put
other.
it. I'll put it in the chat. The
Because your liver can actually kick out a lot of that sort of stuff out of the liver, because that's what it does. It actually will generate some of that and kick it out. So, and even when we do, most of the like oxalate, from purines and stuff like that, it's coming through and then being dumped through the bile. It doesn't have a negative effect on gluconeogenesis. But obviously but there are enzymatic mechanisms in the liver that can prevent any interference from other things. And there are different pathways and all that these are going through, and which are part of the detox pathways, and they do not affect glycogen production and anything like that. So before I accept something like this, I would have to see it in vivo, not in vitro. This is in vitro. So I would say, just based on that is not conclusive. But I'll check it out.
I'll read the last bit. Says, however, oxalate did not cause hypoglycemia in the suckling rat, a model in vivo system very dependent upon gluconeogenesis for maintenance of normal blood glucose levels.
Well, there you go. That's just one's contradictory the other. So so basically, they've come back and covered their asses. They do this sometimes. They do in vitro things in a petri dish. They go, oh, look what we discovered, and then they come back and say, oh, we did it in a mouse model. However, did not cause blah blah blah, which pretty much means okay, we know what you're doing. You're just publishing or perish. So no. I would have to say, because all mammals would behave the same way. And let's not forget that mammals all the way back, early mammals were like rodent type things. We may not have the same diet. On the diet front, mammals have evolved over time to different dietary niches. You can't compare the human diet within a rat model. But you can look at things like fundamental, like core things, glycolysis, lipolysis, gluconeogenesis, all these sort of things you can actually look at. But even ketosis, it's very hard to get a rat into ketosis. You have to basically get it up to like well over 90% fat before it gets into ketosis. So that is one thing that in physiology that's completely different compared to us, most humans. So yeah, there is a lot of things that you have to be very careful how to read that. But the moment, that's a giveaway. I've said that before, where they do in vitro studies and then they'll say about a mouse model and they'll say, oh, well, we didn't see it in the mouse model. But the main header is that oxalate, what is their main? Studies on the inhibition of gluconeogenesis by oxalate. That's their main header. You go, yeah, why don't you say in vitro, studies in vitro, blah, blah, blah. So we know it's a petri dish operation.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So I consider that
A
that
false
argument.
flag.
Yeah, it's a bust.
Yeah.
Because it's not in vivo. So as far as I'm concerned, that is not the truth. So no. So then you don't need any carbohydrate whatsoever, if that was a problem, because it's not. and I'd suspect not even humans, since we're all mammals. I have spoken to a few carnivores without gallbladders. They had to work up fat slowly. Yeah, some split their meals and stuff like that. But what has actually happened, I've actually noticed that some people over time, the protein isn't a problem. It's usually the fat where they have to sort of space it out. And what people do is they'll cook up the fat and actually munch it through the day.
Yeah, I've spoken to people that do that. Yeah, like 4 or 5,
Yeah,
little tablespoons of butter throughout the day or whatever. Yeah.
exactly. They do it that way. Oh, Google stuff. Don't trust the Google stuff. That can be very, very highly misleading. Ever heard of this guy? Fire in a bottle?
Never heard of him. No.
Nah, neither have I. H Health? No idea.
I don't get time to watch people as much anymore nowadays, honestly. It's,
Have you
Bart
noticed?
stuff I'm struggling to keep up with.
Yeah, I'm the same. I haven't even watched his video today, so so I'll probably watch that through the week. I usually do.
It's multiple sittings. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I'll watch like half an hour if I get a chance. Like I'm at work, I'll be plugged in, and I'll just be doing some work, and I'll just be listening to Bart. I won't be looking at it. I'll just be listening to it.
Yeah.
While it's playing.
Because of the time of day for me, I only listen to them pretty much. Unless I'm on them on a Saturday night sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. But so that's how it works. It's just not possible. It's just too much stuff. God, let alone trying to do research and trying to do your own videos and family stuff as well, family commitments and all that. It's just
yeah, definitely. Recording for me is the tricky part with the people I want to record with, like Harry and Bart, for example. Dr. Chafee, they're all fucking Australia and New Zealand, which is really not that helpful. So,
yes, it is a hassle.
It is a hassle, but it's worth doing for the information sometimes, I think.
Yeah. I mean, and New Zealand's about 2 hours ahead from where I am at, so now it's like 10:30 in New Zealand.
Okay.
Say 8:30 here in the evening, it's 10:30 over there. So it's hard, and when Bart gets up, now he's getting up at the crack of bloody dawn, because sometimes I would actually have it just running on my projector on the wall in the morning and just listening it in the background while I'm getting myself ready to go to work. And I'll listen to probably half of it, and then I'll just stop it, and then I'll listen to it when I get to work, the rest of it, if I get a chance, or maybe the next day or whatever. But the weekend stuff is always, either I'm doing stuff or I'm doing social stuff or whatever. I just don't have time. And then when I do get a chance, it's through the week. It's just most of the time I actually watch most of the videos are it's the weekdays while I'm at work doing my work. I've just plugged in and just listening to it and just doing my work on my computer. So yeah.
Mondays, some Tuesdays I listen to things. That's my catch-up days. But you can't watch it.
I know. Early in the week, that's what I do as well. Because the rest of the week, I end up like I got meetings on Tuesday, so I don't get a chance until in the afternoon, maybe to and if I got additional things that I have to cooperate with people, talk to people and all that, you forget it. You can't do both things at the same time. You have to, where you're just doing a certain task and people are just leaving you alone. Yeah, you can do it. Stop, start, it becomes, forget it. I'll listen to the one next week. It's just the way it goes. So, yeah. Anyway, what's Martin saying? Is there a concern with too much protein? My lean body mass is 66 kilos, and I like to eat about 1 kilogram of beef daily, but usually around 700. And using Bart's formula for protein intake, I'm a little high. Well, it depends on your physical activity, Martin. It's how much protein, you should basically look at it from a perspective of what sort of physical activity. Now, if you're sedentary, you probably don't need as much. If you're sitting around, even Bart sits around most of the time because he's just on the computer. He's not basically bodybuilding or lifting or anything like that. But if you're physically, doing more activity, let's say you're outdoors and all that, well, you don't want to be taking 1.76. You want to be taking about 2.2. Because you're going to be basically requiring far more. If you're quite physical, you may want to go up to 3. And if you're extremely physical, you may want to go up to 4 grams per kilo body weight. So it depends on a lot of things. I mean, the Sand people of the Kalahari, the Bushmen, as this is based on research done by, Cordain, Lauren Cordain, the paleo guy. He went and he's done research on them, and they were doing, some of them were doing up to 4 grams per kilo body weight. But these guys trek through a sort of a very arid type environment, semi-desert, over vast distances, carrying stuff over vast distances as well. So they are physically doing highly exhausting, they are really physically hard work walking and carrying stuff, and then carrying their kills back over many kilometers back to the tribe. So, these people, their requirements for protein are much higher. Others can be lower. So it can vary quite a bit in that regard. So, I mean, what may be high for some person may be, low for another person based on their physical activity. So it's not one fix. And I don't think Bart actually said that. And I think he's quite clear for what he gives. His recommendation of the 1.76 is for that general people. He recognizes that people like Jonathan that do more physical stuff require more.
I've asked him about this specific question and pitted your thoughts up against his thoughts before. So I've talked to him to death about it, basically. He recommends 1.75 grams per kilo of lean mass. So your muscle mass weighs in the absence of fat. So for me, I weigh 90 kilos. That puts me at about 190-ish grams of protein per day. I can do that if my fat intake is very high. But at the same time, some days I don't want to eat very, very high fat. Sometimes I have more of a taste for high protein. So I think if you're following your hunger signals, it's a better indicator of what you need. So if, for example, your muscles are always sore and you work out, then I'm not going to fit in the 1.75. I might fit in the 2 grams per kilo. Bear in mind, I'm a very sedentary person apart from going to the gym. I do a slightly lower volume training in terms of the amount of sets I do, but very, very, very high intense, like training to failure. So, that kind of comes into play with it as well. If I was, for example, walking around all day, I was a postman, my protein turnover would be, a different amount.
Precisely.
So I think that, yes, you can do it, but what Bart's saying is the average person walking around the street, 1.75 grams plus or minus 5%.
Yep. And he's right about that. I'd agree with him. For the average person, that's probably all they need. For the non-average person, their requirements may be much higher. And need to keep that in mind. So you need to basically go from that baseline further up. G'day, Lukey. So Lukey's just got up.
You're right, Luke.
Yeah, he must have just got out of bed. So we need to keep that in mind. I mean, I do about, when I'm not physical, when I'm just my normal sort of things, I'm doing about 1.8, 1.7. It varies. It's not really strictly 1.76, be 1.6. Sometimes I'll go 1.9, can vary all over the place. But the days that I actually do, I've got one day in the week that I do weights, not any, so I'm pretty lazy in that regard. And on that day that I do weights, pretty much I do about 2.5 grams. So, and sometimes up to 3 on that day.
The way I work it with clients is, Of course, I take into account fully what they're doing prior to speaking to me. If they were doing 400 grams of protein per day for whatever reason, I wouldn't take them down to 1.75 grams. I'd lower it down a bit. I'd measure their recovery. You'd speak about their performance outcomes, the sleep, digestion. You factor it all in together, your appetite, what changes and what doesn't change. Then you get it from there. So I think, guys, we can't be robotic about these things. We can't be exact to these numbers. It's impossible. That's why Harry's goes up and down. That's why mine goes up and down. That's
Listen
why
to your body
people
as
have
well.
different amounts. Yeah.
Yeah.
See what happens to your body.
Yeah.
You know.
If people are eating meat and then they go, "Oh, I'm feeling hungry all the time," some people get that. I go, "Well, you're not getting enough fat. That's why. Eat more fat." It's usually you're not getting enough fat because the problem is most supermarket meat is quite lean. There's not enough. A lot of fat gets trimmed off, and most people, once they eat enough fat, they don't feel like they need to eat more protein. So it's really, it's not a hunger for protein. It's a hunger. If you've eaten enough fat and you're still feeling like I could do with a bit more steak, then you may, that would be an indication you probably need a bit more protein for whatever reason. But I would highly doubt that. I think it'll be, once you get enough fat in, you'll feel satiated and you go, "Oh, I feel fine now." So that's what I find, definitely. Even with myself. I have a bit of cream or I have a bit of butter or whatever, and then gone away.
One more indicator as well that I notice of people that eat too much protein but can't quite suss out what they need to do is they also drink a lot of water.
That's
like loads of water. Like Dr. Chafee, he eats a lot of protein, and he was drinking 9 litres at one point.
Yeah.
I've got slightly more muscle mass in my 6'1" frame than Dr. Chafee.
Yep.
And I weight train more religiously because I'm a bodybuilder, is what I do. I drink about 2 litres per day.
Yep.
You see what I mean? So I don't overdo the protein.
Yeah. But he's not getting enough fat to hydrate.
I believe so. Yes, that's my thought. I don't know, but that's my guess. Yeah.
And to convert protein into a substrate of energy is really hard for the body. So it's not a good idea. And so the water requirement goes up slightly, and that's probably what was happening. He wasn't getting enough fat.
With more protein as well, Harry. If you're eating, say, 4 kilos of beef or something ridiculous a day, to make that palatable, past the point of hunger signals, you need to add salt to that.
Yeah, exactly.
You need more water to deal with the salt.
Precisely. Yeah.
I think the key takeaway, I won't take it from you, but the key takeaway I think is listen to your appetite, get the exact protein amount you need, the exact fat amount you need, and it will take you time to realise what there is. There's no definitive amount.
Precisely. Exactly. Oh, Shelley's here. G'day, Shelley. Yeah. I mean, that's probably the big one. I mean, I've done videos like, remember that rat that was doing about 70% protein and just became a big, massive friggin' rat. Now, no human that takes, remember they have a high metabolic rate. So they can build up tissue rapidly. Something that they can do in a couple of months would take us a decade, equivalent time, So it's not the same thing. But that was just to make a point to people that high protein will not kill you. That rat was super lean and super, super strong compared to all the other rats. That was just to make a point that, that protein isn't damn toxic. But also they were getting the rat becoming jittery in the end before they killed it, which tells me that it actually had become too lean. It wasn't getting enough fat or a fat source or some energy source, whether that was a glucose-based energy source or a fat-based energy source. It wasn't getting enough at that stage. That's why the rat was becoming highly jittery. Understandable. So, but they were trying to show a point that, you can actually maintain a very healthy rat, very lean rat. So it's not an issue. And that was more to demystify to people and say, well, guys, stop being too overly concerned and too oversensitive on the protein side. But as humans, we also have big brains. Compared to other animals, we have big brains. And so for us, fat is way more important compared to even the chimps. You look at the chimps, like the males, as a percentage of their body mass, their fat stores are 0.005. And the fat stores for the females are slightly better, multiple times better, quite substantially higher, but still substantially lower than that of humans. So our primary energy is fat. Whether we convert excess glucose to create that fat as palmitate, the 16 carbon stuff that we can actually cleave off to make ketones and all that, that's the best way to store is palmitate. Everybody criticizes palmitate as being bad. No, it's the preferred storage fuel of humans. That saturated fat. It's stable and it's the preferred form. Reductionists and crackpots get it wrong because they associate it with all these other things because of the Randall cycle. Well, no. Just because you're inflaming yourself and you can't store excess energy and you convert it to palmitate is not the problem. It's actually a safe way for the body to store that excess energy. They're confusing and conflating one physiological state with how the body tries to deal with it. Yeah, typical, how they do it. So, yes, I think we've covered that to buggery. Yes, eat more fat. What about the thoughts on the studies that Brad Marshall uses that show that lowering protein and circulating brain chain amino acids lower fat mass? What's your take on that?
I would have to see the studies themselves. Lowering fat mass. I'll give a broad overview of what I think it comes into body composition based on my experience and when I speak to different people. So I think the most important thing is the amount of protein and fat grams that you take in, or carbs if you also eat them. I think if you decrease those grams, you'll be a lower body weight. Exactly. You'll have less body fat as well. There's less stuff to fuel the electron transport chains.
Exactly. Let me put it this way. I've actually used branched chain amino acids in the past before I switched to leucine, for other reasons, because they cross-inhibit each other. So I wanted to maximize protein synthesis and use less leucine because I was getting enough of the other aminos from the meat that I was eating. So I couldn't justify BCAAs. But I can tell you, I was actually using them while I was in deep ketosis. I was losing rapid weight, like 15 kilos in 6 months. So it depends on what other stuff you're shoving down your throat at the same time as the BCAAs. You can basically associate anything with anything, depending on the design of the study and let's say the outcome you like to propagandize about.
You have to know what the study was.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
all in the design. Anything. Yeah.
I know people on the PKD diet. So I actually met Javier Clemens yesterday.
Yep.
And I met Phil Escott as well. They both follow the PKD diet, I think. They're very thin but healthy looking people. I met, Phil not so much at the moment, but he's emaciated because of his own health complications. But Javier Clemens, she looks very healthy, honestly. So whatever she's doing, it works. But she's also very thin. Body fat, also not much muscle mass. So that tells me eating loads of fat doesn't really get you fat.
Nope.
There's a hormonal element, of course, that because you're not eating carbs as well. But at the same time, if she increases the protein, it'd be different, maybe.
Yeah. What you're also doing is she'll become more muscular, which would be a good thing, but also more muscular would actually require more energy. What she's probably doing is because she's probably very ketotic, she'll be uncoupling. So she'll be radiating away that is excess heat. So there'll be more uncoupling that'll be happening, like you get when you're fasting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are the sort of things that happen, and the level of uncoupling that happens depending on how high the ketones are. So that's why you get the highest uncoupling when you're involved in, when you're doing that sort of stuff. And on the other hand, you get higher uncoupling even in a low fat diet. That sort of, you get some level as well as AMPK being activated. And that's again, so the further away from a Randall state you are, the more you get these sort of effects. That's all it is, really. So I sort of, and a lot of these people are completely oblivious of the Randall cycle, because I have conversations with them, and then you go, okay, you got no idea. Very quickly, I realise that. That doesn't mean that, they're not doing certain healthy things, yes. And she may not have those genetics with the calcium, so she can promote calcium-free ketogenic diets, but she may not have those genetics because only 24% have. But I suspect if she did and started having a whole lot of symptoms, she'd be putting calcium back in very quickly and would be very much a proponent of calcium.
They did not like dairy.
Of dairy. Yeah.
They didn't like dairy at the conference yesterday. I was getting a bit bright red. I was like, too much like an eat and drink. But yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of it is the hormonal element of it. Like when I'm coaching people to get in shape, if they can stick to protein and fat animal-based diet, reducing or increasing one does have a much more substantial effect in body composition than adding carbs into makes it. It makes the whole process less complicated. A lot less to worry about. Very good.
There's a question for you.
Brilliant.
Question for you.
Cheers, Martin. So,
do you I'll let you read it out.
Okay, I'll read it. Go on. Do you recommend a full body workout for beginners? How many exercises should you do per workout? Shouldn't beginners stick to compound movements? Very good question. I like full body workouts for beginners because it teaches them frequent training with exercises that work the whole of the body. As you become more advanced and you've learnt those movements, you can then space them out a bit more. You can also apply more intensity to each workout. So that's how, for example, someone would go from a full body split to an upper-lower body split to maybe a push-pull leg split. You can refine it further, but personally I don't see many people doing that unless they're a pro bodybuilder. I do a push-pull leg split. I train 4 days per week, so that's on the high end. I've assessed my own recovery ability, and that's what I can do. Beginners, I'd try full body twice per week, so maybe Monday, Thursday, or something like that. Exercise per workout, I believe if you can do a shoulder press, a chest press, a back row, a back pull down, a leg press, and a leg curl, that pretty much covers the body. There's like 5 or 6 exercises. Also, you can do a calf raise as well, but we're just talking about like the bare basics. I'd look at your physique based on what you're trying to achieve. So if it's you're trying to be stronger or more muscular, your exercise technique and your specificity to each exercise would change. So for example, if you want to be really strong at a bench press, you would do a bench press. If you want maximum muscular hypertrophy of the chest, you'd probably do a decline bench press. It activates more muscle fibers. Now, other than that, how many per workout? Like I said, 5 or 6. How many sets? 1 or 2. Try 1. Maybe try 2 the next week. You'll be very sore when you first start. That's a key point there. In terms of repetitions, anywhere between 6 and 20 is what I recommend to people. What you find is the closer you get to the point where you're very strong, you're going to be doing less of the high repetitions. But you'll also be applying more time and attention. So you're trying to reduce the risk of the exercise, but increase the intensity. So the idea is you're not using, for example, I can dumbbell press 70 kilo dumbbells for reps. That is not a safe thing for me to do with my spine, or for anyone. If you're pressing that above your body, I think it's getting them up to your knees, then putting them on your chest is very dangerous. In which case I prefer someone to use a compound barbell bench press, like an incline, with a spotter if you have it, or perhaps moving onto a machine. So there's levels to it. And that's the same kind of outline that Bart K would give you. So you start on a full body workout, maybe 1 to 3 times per week, perhaps 2 to 3 sets per exercise, maybe 1 as well if you're not an absolute novice. And that's literally how I'd go about it. It's not overly complicated. But the thing that I notice most with beginners is they don't exercise correctly of the correct tempo, the correct form. It's not standardized exercise to exercise.
Yep.
And they do tend to overtrain. They tend to do too much.
Yeah, and sometimes, as you said, that key thing about a full body workout is really important, because you have to balance out also the different muscles. They all need to be trained, because you can get imbalances, and as an effect, your glutes may not be, and your front muscles may be stronger if you walk too much. There's all these sort of imbalances that can happen, and the consequence of that is then things don't work very well, and you start getting a lot of pain. So you got to be very careful. That's
you get very hunched over. You'll see people that just do bench press. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks
I use
terrible.
entirely machines, guys.
Yeah, it looks terrible. Yeah. I've seen some people like that, and you go, oh, freaking hell.
Yeah.
They just don't know
I walk
what
a
they're
bit
doing.
like that now, Harry. It's my back and hip are so, well, my hips are so bad at the moment, but my shoulders are fine. I've got a good broad sort of structure, like good posture, but there is a slight like bend to my back. Like it's not quite as springy as it was before, but
No, well, you've
I'll
done
adjust.
surgery on it and all that, so there's that as well. So that's and never perfect, to resolve those sort of issues.
That's a good question. I like that.
Yeah, it was. Okay, Stephanos, what he's asking. Did our ancestors do also quite a bit of jogging, trotting when following an animal, and that they would wound? So cardio isn't always that bad. Well, actually, they walked. If you take a look
They
at
walked
tribal
a lot.
people, they walk. They didn't run. What we're talking when we talk about cardio, what we truly mean is steady state cardio is the problem, the worst, because you're actually moving at a steady state, which is really problematic for your heart. The left ventricle of your heart can actually grow, and that can create problems like arrhythmias and stuff like that. And it's what probably kills a lot of like marathon runners, where they just drop dead. It's pretty much because of left ventricular hypertrophy or overgrowth. Now you can mitigate that to some extent with taurine, because it does prevent remodeling of the heart and tries to minimize this hypertrophy happening. But there's a threshold. If you exceed that threshold, you'll get some effect, which will be, but you can still cause some issues. And so, no, our ancestors didn't do that. They just used to walk behind. They'd find an animal, they'd see it, and they just walk. Because remember, we're midday persistent hunters. As midday persistent hunters, we can sweat. They can't. And then eventually they start panting. And then what do, people? They sprint. These hunters go from walking to sprinting. That's not jogging. It's not trotting. That's sprinting. So that is the same as weightlifting. It's that high intensity. So that's what it is. And it's completely different from, cardio or steady state cardio, which is the correct terminology for it. Go ahead. I know you want to say something.
Yeah, you can tell. So I had a video that came out about 3-4 days ago. It's titled "What Cardio Can Kill You." It's a proper gruesome kind of thumbnail, as you can imagine. Spoke to Bart K about it. He said the same thing as you. Yes, you either walk or you sprint. None of my clients that I speak to do any kind of activity unless there is a sport where they specifically need to do that activity. The other thing as well is when you're doing, I'm going to broadly outline it as somewhere between 120 and 150 beats per minute. That's what I'm kind of saying is steady state, around right there. If you're very fit, of course, it'll be a bit lower. That's an activity level that you can maintain, hence why it's called a steady state. your heart rate is at an elevated level for a prolonged period of time. You can do that for a long time. You cannot sprint for a long period of time, and your heart rate is much lower if you're walking. Therefore, what's happening is your heart isn't having to work so hard. And what I basically asked Bart was, is it true that you almost have a amount of heartbeats over your lifespan, and if you try to exceed that within a short period of time, your lifespan will reduce? So you've got so many heartbeats, you don't want to go over that sort of thing, or try to go over that. And what he said was basically, yes, don't do steady state cardio at all. Just do the walking or the sprinting, and that's gonna give you all the bang for your buck for what you want if you're looking at fitness, or if you're looking at longevity. Yeah, and my left ventricle, my heart is the normal size for a 6'1" male.
Yep.
And bear in mind I'm 110 kilos or something at the moment, so I'm a big person. That's unheard of for a bodybuilder. That's unheard of. So I've done something right. The taurine as well has probably helped.
That's it.
Through my diet, the animal foods. I've not been doing loads of cardio.
Yep.
So
and a lot of bodybuilders, because they eat a lot of carbs, they do a lot of cardio for that reason.
Get rid of all the randall, so I can get that lower.
Yeah. And that's why they do it. And I go, why eat the damn rice and then do
You're just
all
going to
the
burn
cardio?
it off in the off. Yeah, they all do that. They say, I'm going to try and keep lean in the off season. Meanwhile, I want to eat.
That's it.
1,000 grams of carbs per day.
Yeah, I know. It's just
It's a contradiction.
It is a contradiction. It's just crazy. I mean, you do have another energy source, guys. It's called fat. So it's just bizarre. But I give up on some of these people. It makes no logical sense whatsoever. What can one say? Thank you very much, Carnage. Hi, Harry and Jonathan. Haven't been on here forever.
Go on, Jim. How's it going? It's Jin Hui. I think he's from Singapore.
Okay. Yeah. Well, nice to meet you. Thanks for being on.
Yeah.
Thanks for
lovely guy.
It's I think to a large extent within Korea. He's Korean.
That could be right. Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
Yeah. I thought he was from Korea because the text is Korean or looks like Korean.
I can't read different languages, Harry.
Yeah,
I knew he was from Korea or Singapore.
Yeah, Korean's a bit different from Chinese and Japanese. So I know the subtle differences. Where I get confused a bit is between the China, because there is dialects within China. It's not only the major groups like the Cantonese and the sort of the northern Chinese, sort of around the Yellow River, which is the Han Chinese and people like that. So, so that would be the sort of what do they call it? The other Chinese language, the
Mandarin.
It is the Mandarin. It's called the simplified Chinese language or something like that. That's what it's called officially nowadays. We call it the Mandarin, but I was just trying to remember their official way they describe it is called the simplified Chinese language, where they call the old Chinese, like the people speak simply Chinese characters. Thank you, Hello Kitty. She's Kong. She's from Hong Kong. Yeah. She's my neighbor. And the traditional Chinese language is the one is the old Chinese, which is in Formosa, as it was called before. Formosa, now it's called Taiwan. So, I gotta figure up. Yes, I do know my Chinese languages, their origins and things like that. But some of the actual characters from some of the other dialects, I do. Yes, traditional Chinese characters. Yes, exactly. Yes.
It's been an excellent live stream, honestly. Good answers from you, Harry. I learn a lot every time I come on here, so it's an absolute pleasure.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I do have a very diverse sort of group of people that turn up and ask all sorts of. Because remember, I do cover geopolitics. I cover a lot of other aspects and things like that. So
Those are good
I do.
videos.
Yeah, I get a lot of varied sort of questions, which I enjoy personally. I do. I'll just go to this one. Been following you for a while and talking about your videos a lot with Luke. Okay, so you've been on the Discord. I have a question about a hypothesis I came up with to explain an issue I have. So you're asking further down somewhere. This must be it. Question: I have a bladder pain that I think comes from high uric acid. Taking a buffer like magnesium citrate almost completely fixes the pain. What do you think could be causing it? Well, without actually checking, it's hard to know, because a lot of these things, sometimes symptoms can be multiple different causes. So, I mean, citrate does help with dealing with things like oxalate. So I'm not saying that you've got oxalate issues, but usually with oxalates, also uric acid can go up, and you can actually get also crystal formations that can actually happen also within the gut. So that's another issue. I'm not saying that that's the case. I don't know. Without any testing, it's really hard to say. But there can be a lot of things. Sometimes, these sort of crystals coming through the bladder, in particular, can lodge between the actual, because you've got these little, what are they called? Forget what they're called now. But anyway, in the tubes are coming from the kidneys into the bladder, and the ones that are going into the urethra, you can actually have crystallines that actually around these can actually accumulate because of the pressure of the actual the fluids that are in the bladder. And then as a consequence of that, when you take something which is a citrate that breaks down the oxalate, the crystals and stuff like that, then the pain goes away. So it's funny with oxalate. I usually get a kidney issue, but some people can get bladder issues. They can get bladder infections. They can, which can be quite nasty as well and require antibiotics. So when you do get bladder pains, you should check just in case, because you can get bacteria that can accumulate around those crystals in the bladder, and that could cause a bladder infection, and that needs antibiotics. So, and just because you may have a reduction in certain pain because you've reduced the amount of crystals, there may still be some bacterial stuff in there that could potentially down the track grow quite a bit, because it's flushing, because you're actually urinating and flushing continuously. You may keep down the load, but under certain circumstances, you could get a weakened immune system or whatever, and then get a big flare up of infection. So you've got to keep an eye on things like that. What's your thoughts, Jonathan?
Could be a number of different things. I wouldn't like to speculate without some proper tests, really.
Exactly.
I'd probably think the same as you, really, but I couldn't really speculate.
Even Richard came up with something. Yes. Yeah, usually, I notice when you've got kidney pain, bladder pain, things like that, or in your anus, you've got like pain in particular, and you get some roughness down there and a bit of blood and all that. Oxalates. People are hit in different places. It's either through the urination pathways where they get the problems, like I do, through kidney stones and all this sort of stuff, or it's because of the bile more being excreted via the bile. It ends up in your intestinal system, intestinal tract, and then it ends up pooped out, but also that, you know, and that's where I usually encourage people, if they've got that issue, to up their calcium. If they've got that issue in particular, because the calcium will bind and reduce the amount of damage to the colon. Because as that shit goes through, it can actually scrape and create little tears in the colon. So, and that can cause some pain, irritation for people, and potentially even infections, depending on what your gut microbiome state is, which people's can vary. And if they have got one derangement, they can potentially have another. So it can be a bit problematic. Where did our ancestors get salt? Was it blood consumption? Well, yes. It's hard to find societies that didn't use blood in some shape or form. That's true, because that's where they used to get it to a large extent. And even when they took the animal back to the tribe, they usually used to stitch it up and make sure that the blood was held in that middle part so others could feast on it. And you even see Maasai providing it to their kids and all that with the milk. And you see other tribes doing similar things, and also even the Inuit, in where they have like a feast and they're eating all this, the cutting piece, and they're actually using cups to get all the fluids as well. So that's one way, but it doesn't mean that they didn't get it other ways. They sometimes used, especially if they were in coastal areas, they were known to basically get it from the sea or sea water, which they would use to douse their animals in before they cook them. So that was something that some tribal people did. Some academics actually thought, oh, they do it because they want to disinfect the animal. Well, they're going to cook it. So really, does that really help? So that was a bit of I think it was more to get the electrolytes than anything else. And also, they did go to riverbeds where there was salt, and they actually did access riverbeds. No different than many of the ruminant animals do as well to this day. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways a lot of different tribal people did, and the tribal populations which had limited access to sodium also had 0 centenarians and had much shorter lifespans. And I can tell you one other thing: in Papua New Guinea, they used to undertake war to get access to salt, the people from the highlands, because, and even cannibalism, to make sure that they could actually get from some of their victims some salt. So, because they knew the people in the south, down in the compared to the animals up there that had less salt, the humans had more salt in them, so they could actually extract. Yeah, that's why cannibalism was an option as well. And to avoid cannibalism, the coastal people would actually put fish and salt their packages for the highland people to avoid being victims. So, yes, quite interesting. So, do people say that salt is not important? Yeah. If somebody actually has to revert to cannibalism for it, I think they may be wrong on that question.
Yeah, I think we're pretty adaptable up to a point, I think.
Yeah.
There's always going to be some requirements for different things.
Look, there are some people with genetics where they actually hold on to sodium for dear life because their genetics tell them they have differently excreting sodium, and they can actually bioaccumulate quite a bit. But that's a very small amount of people that have those genetics in that bell curve. It's just outliers. And then there's people that dump so much they need excessively more. And I'm one of those sort of people. And if I don't get enough salt, I tend to get arrhythmias and heart palpitations and all sorts of things very easily. So I require far more sodium than other people, or salt. So yeah, it can vary. Okay, thoughts on tocotrienols when dealing with stored PUFA? What about tocopherol-free supplements containing 100 milligrams of tocotrienol? Yeah, that's an option. Or you can go for the Jarrow, which is a vitamin E complex, and that has both majority of tocotrienols, but it does have a 19 milligram, which is lower than the RDI of alpha tocopherol. So that's another option for people in that regard. For stored PUFA for about 7 years if they've got a lot of stored PUFA. I also recommend that people do a high-fat diet and don't worry about weight loss for 7 years and focus on diluting the deuterium level in their fat cells by turning over, by getting, so I do have a video on that covering, and I recently found some information that actually Boris, Lazo Boris had put out and actually confirms exactly what I was thinking along those lines. So I did make a video a long time ago that actually covers this about, the danger of weight loss and deuterium. So obviously when you have excess, PUFA from seed oils, you're gonna store some of that in the fat cells. The deuterium is there, and it will eventually come out. And once it does come out, in rapid weight loss, it will cause mitochondrial damage. And I think that's what happened. Remember that low carb keto lady that actually died from cancer in the low carb community? I forget her name. Yeah. I just can't. G'day, Dick. I can't remember her name, but she. If anybody can remember the keto lady that died, well, she was one of those people that did these, like she went really high keto and sort of lost a lot of weight very rapidly over a long period of time. I noticed when I actually did that, and this is just when I was actually discovering keto, and I was doing and I was discovering deuterium. And after those 6 months, having lost 15 kilos and realized that I felt weaker, less energy and all that, I realized I just damaged my mitochondria even further. Yeah, Sarah Halberg. Thanks, Heidelberg. Yeah, that's it. That's the lady, yes. And I realized very quickly, stop losing weight, Harry. And I started putting on weight deliberately by overeating fat, so I could actually build up and dilute my fat stores. So I'm saying to people, very careful, if you want to be a perfect corpse, you can go down that pathway. If you really want to reverse years and years of bad advice and health problems, prioritize health over weight loss and many other things. Deuterium is not a joke. It's a real problem. And a lot of us have got a lot of stored PUFA and deuterium. We need the tocopherol over that sort of 7-year turnover, but also we need to dilute. Now we can buy deuterium depleted water and consume it as we're weight losing our weight. And yes, she did. Shelley, she definitely did do a lot of good work. But at the same time, this is an issue of that most people see. A tribal person wouldn't have this issue. Yes, let's say you engage the Randall cycle, with fructose at the end of the summer when there's a lot of fatty animals around and a lot of fruit. Okay, we engage the Randall cycle, we fatten up a bit, but that fat that's actually being stored, a lot of that animal fat, is going to be much lower in deuterium. And the fat, this is, and the fat even from the fruit is going to be, also low deuterium. The sugar from the fruit, well, it's actually much lower than actually even glucose types. So it's in the range of 145 parts per million. It's smaller in quantity. So again, even at those levels, it's not like 255 parts per million, like double that nearly. There's a difference, a marked difference. Once you get over 180, you're in danger zone. Below 180 and between 130 and 180, it's problematic. You want to be closer to the 130 and below. But even if you were having small amounts of things above, because remember, most people are in the 160, 150 because they're consuming a lot of refined carbohydrates, but they're not getting cancer until many moons later on. So just having for a couple of, for less than a month, having some fruit. Yes, you take in a bit of deuterium, but you're out in the sun, which can UV can reduce deuterium, 16 parts per million. And on top of that, you also have the enzymes to remove deuterium from entering the Krebs cycle. So when you do that, you actually reduce the amount, and it's not a non-problem for these people. Yes, you fatten up, but you don't end up damaging your mitochondria because the amount is low enough and it's not overwhelming the system. But guzzling down seed oils, which have an amount which is nearly double that of sugar at 255 parts per million, that's a completely different threshold of damage that overwhelms the mitochondria and the ability to remove that excess deuterium. And it's the reason why a lot of people get stiffness, because remember, deuterium is used in collagen structures, stiffness. But if you get too much deuterium in your body, not only do you damage your mitochondria, but also you get much more stiffness and less flexibility in your collagen structures in your body. So that's where, as we get older, with more deuterium in our system, that's where we get more of that stiffness. Yes. So, so we've got to be careful with deuterium. I'm in the belief that when somebody goes on a low carb diet, people should recommend, especially should actually ask them, what was your exposure to seed oils? And if it's high, they should not be encouraged to do weight loss. They should be encouraged to try and actually dilute over time. And that's the key thing, is my position. And recently, I even saw Laszlo Boris agree with that position. So it was a hypothesis that I put up, but I think there is merit to it. And it explains why certain people, even low carb community, have certain poor outcomes when they do rapid weight loss. Yes, you end up as an attractive corpse. And I was heading that way until I came across Laszlo's work, and I'm like, thank God that I did. Because, could have been a different story. Anyway. Yes. Go and get yourself checked out before you think you may have something. Do tests. We can all have symptoms which, are similar, but we need to be careful. G'day, Christina. How are you?
I accidentally just muted myself, Harry, and I said, I didn't say anything useful, so don't worry.
Okay.
I've unmuted myself now.
Candida hears of this even after a year on Carnivore. Mother was given this during pregnancy, possibly a cause, suggestions on how to get rid of these nasties permanently. Well, Candida overgrowth will happen because it can happen for a number of reasons. Mold can actually encourage Candida overgrowth. So if you're in a moldy environment, so it might have nothing to do with diet whatsoever, can actually increase Candida in the system. The lack of certain beneficial bacteria can also, because a number of bacteria keep Candida in check and keep Candida from becoming pathogenic. So if they're missing, That can be a problem. Low stomach acidity or low bile can also be a problem because, one, if the candida can get through the stomach all the way up to your mouth, that means it got there because there's low stomach acidity and also not enough bile to cleanse the small intestine. Because the small intestine should not have much candida or bacteria in it. It should be all in the colon. So if it's getting all the way up to the mouth, well, it's getting up there because not enough stomach acidity and not enough bile to cleanse the small intestine. And usually people that have got candida sometimes also get bacterial overgrowth as well. It's sort of a combined thing, and that's why it becomes horrendously difficult. That's why people do get some relief from when they do take antibiotics. Doesn't really kill much of the candida. It really brings down the threshold of the overgrowth of bacteria. They feel some relief, but it does come back after, and some of those nasties can become also, if too many doses of antibiotics, can become slightly resistant, problematic dealing with. So that's not the best way. What we need to do is fix the gallbladder with milk thistle, with choline, and with taurine, and also with chloride for the proton pumps in your stomach, together with taurine that regulates those pumps, and it also tends to suppress certain pathogenic bacteria like H. pylori. So if you got that, that can also undermine. And sometimes from a H. pylori, you can actually get bacterial overgrowth and all these other infections because it really causes some derangements in the way these other systems work, the earlier parts of the digestive tract. So it's a question of working out what's causing stuff like that. Now, there are a number of supplements. I need to make that video that cover. Just leave a comment after this video, and through the week I'll get a chance and I'll just list some of the supplements that actually deal with candida and all that. But at the same time, we need to make sure that the stomach acidity is working properly and all that to sort of deal with this problem. So, yeah, I will cover more of this in the upcoming gut video that I'm making. So I'll go into more detail. Let's try and get a few other questions. Choline. Get onto choline. That I wouldn't really care about the folate too much in that regard. You know, the only time you have to really worry about the if you've really got a problem with folate not working properly, is what's your homocysteine levels. And then there can be some genetics, or then there can be some other derangements that are also throwing these things out of whack. So you got to find out what it is. And there's a lot of things you're throwing, a lot of information, but to do a proper, you would need to do a consultancy to go through Killdozer. Like somebody like Bart K, you'd have to go right through your whole history and really look at things in more detail, because sometimes people will put some of their symptoms or what they think it may be, but it may not be the case. And you've talked about the pain and all that. And as I said, there are other issues that can actually cause that as well in the gut. So you need to probably do some lab works as well, and then for these things to be assessed. Okay, now. There you go. What's your thought on G'day Lamps?
Yeah. What's my take on it? I'm assuming he's already watched my video that came out, I think it was yesterday or the day before on BPC 157.
I haven't seen
Does
it
it
yet.
work in some animal models? Yeah. For intestinal inflammation, yes. I noticed my gut seems more resilient when I was using it versus not.
Okay.
I've stopped using it now, but I was using it for about 3 or 4 weeks straight. How do I know that?
So is it
Yeah.
a temporary improvement?
It seems temporary.
Okay.
It seems good. If you've got like a niggling issue or something which is a bit off, yeah, it probably could get rid of it or reduce the symptoms for a point in time. If you're not getting rid of the root cause of the problem, then it's not going to fix it. Like for myself, my tolerance to slightly off-plan foods was better when I was using it. I don't deal well with chili. When I was using
Okay.
BPC 157, I had chili a few times. I didn't notice the same soreness coming out as I did otherwise. So
Okay.
it
So
does seem to work.
it seems
Yeah.
to lower the anti-nutrient effect of nightshades.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least my gut is more robust to deal with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. What do
Yeah.
you think?
Well, I've actually looked at it from a different point of view. I've looked at it as, I mean, the body does produce it in the gut, and I looked at it from from a view of sort of your collagen structures, that it seemed to actually improve stuff there, and a few other areas, some anti-clotting effects that it has. That's why I bought it for Dad. A couple of I've bought 3, 2 for him and 1 for me. I'm just trying it out. Since I don't have any major issue, I probably won't really feel much difference. But I'll be interested to see whether I do or not. I will report back, but
Yeah.
so I don't know how I'm going to feel by taking, but I'm just out of curiosity more than anything else.
If you've got,
It is expensive.
it is expensive. It was expensive, yes. So I used the capsule and the injectable method.
Okay, yeah,
I found that after a certain point, you don't get more benefit from taking more.
okay.
I
I would,
titrated it up.
yeah.
So
I wouldn't think so. I think that
no.
somebody that's got a potentially inability, they may have a derangement in their gut, and they've got the ability, they don't have the ability to produce enough of this endogenously. That's where probably the benefit comes to those people. And that's why once you actually withdraw it, you don't get the continuing effects and stuff like that. But then again, it's probably better to find a way of actually endogenously encouraging the body to produce more and resolve the problem where it's not
Yeah.
producing enough. So that's a thing that I want to look into, but I haven't had a chance yet to look into it.
Yeah, I did notice my joints felt better on it.
Yeah,
That could be linked to the gut thing itself or the
yeah,
collagen structure itself. So my joints did feel better on it. I didn't feel perfect, but there's a noticeable difference where I could say, yes, it did help. My elbows weren't as sore, my wrists weren't as sore after a workout, things like that.
gotcha. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's going to help Dad with his knee, his bad knee,
Yeah.
and it's going to help him also with those clotting factors in. So that's the sort of 2 areas that I want to see how it goes, and whether lowering some of that existing issues may be enough to basically make things a bit better for him in the long run. We may try, because I'm actually not going to use all the supplement or the third one. I'm just going to use probably some of it only for a couple of weeks just to see, how I feel. If I don't feel anything, I'll just give the rest to Dad and he can take it. So he's the priority person that really needs the stuff.
Yeah. Bodybuilders are using it for minor injuries. It's like a bit of a strain in their shoulders, a bit of maybe like a slightly sore knee after doing too many squats or something.
Yeah.
That's where they're using it. And no one's using it saying it's going to really heal everything.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't see it as a miracle thing, personally. But yeah, I know. It's one of those funny things.
Let us know how it pans out anyway when you do get around to it.
Yeah, I will.
Interesting.
And I will ask Dad as well how he feels as well, because he's the prime, you could say, the prime guinea pig. So it'll be interesting to see how he does.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's early days lamps. I mean, it is something that the body produces, and it does have some healing effects. But whether the supplement, I'm sort of more interested in, when I do get a chance. I don't have a chance or time at the moment, but when I do get a chance, is to investigate whether there is certain natural compounds or way of eating, or even animal foods in a certain combination, or whatever, that may actually encourage a bit more production endogenously. Maybe I'll find something, maybe I won't.
I doubt you will, Harry Thomas. Hopefully you can, but I doubt you will.
I usually like going
it's like
down
one of those isolated things, isn't it?
Yeah, so. It is. I reckon, but I usually go from first principle. I break it down all the way down. That's where you can use reductionism, all the way down to its simple, all its different components, and then look at the actual tissue type that it's coming from, look at the receptor sites, look at, biopsies that people have done, and then look at what did they find in those biopsies, and then try to extrapolate from that sort of stuff. So that's how, I sort of think. But look, I may come up with nothing. That's true.
We'll see. If there is something, you'll find out, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I'm not promising anything. I'm just saying, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to head off in about 5 minutes, by the way, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
G'day, Zach. Harry, do you know if the stem cell in fresh bone marrow are utilised when eaten? Well, first of all, they are not human stem cells. So the animal ones. So no, that's not going to work.
No.
Unless you're a cannibal. I'm joking.
Yeah, they have to be specific, don't they? Otherwise, what they would be doing is going into animals, hacking up the bones and injecting what's in there into us.
Yeah, exactly.
Different medical procedures.
Yeah.
That's my logic anyway. But.
Yeah, I mean, it's
good question.
It's not going to do much for us. It's a bit like growth hormone from animals. We don't have the same receptor sites, so it just doesn't work the same way. Plus, things coming through the stomach get denatured from the low pH and broken down, and then they get further broken down through the enzymes that are released from the pancreas, and also the bile salts that come through, and all that sort of breaks things even further down, because in the end what we absorb is not foreign proteins or foreign things. We absorb simple sugars, fats, and pretty much amino acids. And then we use our own enzymes to rebuild the structures that we need based on our genetics and the transcription factors. Yorgos Lewis, how are you, mate? Your opinion on supplementing glycine to boost glutathione production and prevent negative effects from overconsumption of methionine. Overconsumption of methionine is not a problem. If you go and check out my video on methylation, the one that I actually did about homocysteine, go and check the homocysteine one. You'll see that they're already actually infusing methionine in there, and the homocysteine wasn't going up. There is a methionine cycle, and it's so it's a non-issue in that regard. And while glycine is an element to help with glutathione, there are other things. Selenium is important as well for glutathione, and a number of other micronutrients. So yes, you can take additional supplementation, but it doesn't mean the body has certain thresholds. Yes, you may be able to push the threshold slightly higher. It's a bit cholesterol. If you eat a lot of cholesterol, you'll be the top of the normal range. If you don't, you'll be at the minimal levels, at much lower levels. And that's just the way it is. And it's like with anything. The body, anything that it can synthesize. So cholesterol's one. Other thing is certain proteins. So if you have minimal amounts of protein intake, it still can synthesize those things, but it will be at a much lower threshold. And there'll be over time a certain low grade deficiency that will creep in. But if you basically, in that case, protein deficiency, it can be a micronutrient deficiency, it can be a glutathione deficiency, but all these things will be dependent on the stuff you put in. So you don't give the body enough to be able to create these things. Yeah, but you don't necessarily need to supplement. There's plenty of glycine in animal flesh. So if you eat enough animal flesh and you keep your insulin at that lower insulin to glucagon ratio 1.3, 1.5 at most, you will still have the upregulation of intracellular antioxidants like glutathione, catalase, and superoxide dismutase. You can eat as much glycine as you like. If you're engaging the Randall cycle, pushing up, inflammatory markers, what happens, it'll put glutathione in the toilet, and glycine will do very little other than create a whole lot of oxalate for you. So you've got to be very, very careful in that regard. Single nutrients, because that's where reductionism comes in the thinking, and that is a reductionist thought you just had there, Georgios. So anyway, how to deal with constipation. That's a lot. Could be salt. You may need to salt a bit more. You may need to eat a bit more fat, but it also could be a gallbladder issue. Take your pick. There's a lot of things that can actually cause constipation. It can also be a deranged microbiome or the lack of a number of bacteria. It could also be a peristalsis issue. That means your gut isn't operating properly. And that could also be related to assaults over years and years by, fiber that's actually scratched the living daylights out of your colon and your small intestine and actually cause certain structural damage, and now it doesn't work as well and may need time to heal. So, what's the length of the string? So there are a lot of factors that could be. That's more of a thing that you'd have to consult with somebody to go through and look into the causes that are maybe have a bit of a history and all that. I just gave you some reasons, but that may not be exactly your reason. What do you think?
If you're going to change anything and you don't want to consult with someone, excellent, try one thing at a time. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it'll be, from my experience, I'm pretty sure it'll be one of the things that Harry mentioned.
Yeah. So just up some of those separately as a separate thing, so you can actually work out which it is. And if that doesn't work, then definitely go and see someone, because you need to get to the, there's a difference. And also the other thing that a lot of people get confused. Hard stools are not the same as constipation. If you're shitting every day, that's not constipation. Constipation is when you can't shit for days. You've got a motility problem. That means you can't get the stuff out. That's constipation. Shitting hard stuff, maybe you're not eating enough fat with the stuff that you're eating. You may also have a gallbladder issue as well that can sometimes create constipation in that regard. So you also can actually get slightly constipated from if you've got low stomach acid as well. That can cause some of these problems as well, where you don't digest things properly and all that, and then you end up with these big clumpiness stuff. So there's a lot of things that can both cause constipation and harden the stool. plus not getting enough salt in the diet, or fat and stuff like that. You're not hydrating properly because you've got issues with not being fat adapted. They can create issues with lack of being able to hydrate from fat. So you may need to consume some water until you become fat adapted for that purpose. So there's plenty of reasons. The lack of certain bacterial strains, like the lactobacillus strains, having very little because of glyphosate and other antibiotic-like substances that actually have reduced those things and caused a number of problems and all that sort of thing. So, there's plenty of reasons. Yes. So up your sodium a bit. So those can be things that can help. And also, I forgot my most favorite supplement, taurine, can also help improve the regulation of the gut as well. So there's, look, I've got a whole, excellent man's, I've got a whole playlist called Digestive Issues, and it actually covers a lot of different things. So you may get some information there, and you may want to action some of that information. And then if that's not working for you, then consider other things. But let's make sure we're clear about what constipation is and what it isn't. It's not a hard stool. Constipation is irregular pooing, where you can't get the stuff out for a number of days. If you're going every day, but it's just your stool is a bit harder, that's a different thing, as I said.
Yeah. Well said, yeah. Brilliant. I'm going to head off now. Thank you for having me on, Harry.
Appreciate you being here.
Always.
Yeah, thanks. You'll have to organise. I know the time slots are a bit all over the friggin' joint, all that, but maybe on a Saturday night, because that's a Saturday. Do you actually do anything on Saturday mornings? Any live streams of your own? Have you ever done?
No.
Okay.
So Saturday morning, maybe Saturday night for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And sometimes on Saturday nights I'm free. I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
So
I'll do that then. Yeah, we'll look at the next few weekends and see what we can do.
Yeah.
We'll just do it live, just like this. We'll just talk about stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. That's precisely
It's better.
You know?
It keeps it simple.
Yeah.
Cheers for watching, guys, as well. Appreciate that.
I appreciate you being on. Thanks for being here, and pass on my regards to Sophie and the girls.
We'll do. Yeah, they'll be back from swimming soon. They're fighting with supermarkets at the moment, so
I'm
not doing that. All right, take care, Harry. Take care, everyone.
You too. See you. Anyway, we're getting close to 4 hours. Anyway, we'll chop it off in the next 9 minutes or 8 minutes or whatever. Maybe I'll extend it all the way to 4 or close to 4 hours. Anyway. Yep, that can actually do it as well. Things can settle down. Yes, I do. It's the worst carbohydrate that you can actually consume. Is pretty much the worst carbohydrate, fruit, because it's higher in deuterium. So, yeah. Not exactly. It actually is more glycating than anything else. So that's actually wrong as well. And methylglyoxal, I've actually done a video on that. You should go and check it out. I actually demystify that completely. It's a furphy, all this ketosis shit, and it's crap. So that's another one of those myths that certain people perpetuate, like Saladino. But if you do check out my video, I do have a video on it. which covers it. If somebody can put it in the live stream, in the chat box, I'd appreciate it. That video that I did on methyl glyoxal. And when it comes to methyl glyoxal, things like, honey have got shitloads. So it's, our bodies have got an ability, or metabolism actually produces some, but it's very little. The biggest ones are basically the exogenous stuff, the food sources of it, and things like basically honey are the most highest in it. And as a topical thing, it's actually got some antimicrobial effects. So if you get a cut, putting honey on a cut is a really good thing, because methyl glyoxal actually has antimicrobial effects. So that's where it should be used. It shouldn't be used as food. I mean, honey. So, and glycation, if you're in a low carbohydrate state, the glycation of fructose will be 7 times that of glucose. If you're in a Randall cycle activated state where people on a sad diet, it'll be up to 10 times. And that's because the resident time, because when you engage the Randall cycle, you keep things in circulation for longer, and that creates problems. So anyway, and there's good research on that, and I do cover some stuff in that regard in some of my videos. Some other people just talk about these things, but they don't provide the proof. They just talk about them. I don't think so. Some people claim all sorts of things, but you don't see anybody who's a weightlifter, bodybuilder, or somebody like that dropping dead, like people doing steady state cardio. And before anabolic steroids existed and insulin, because a lot of bodybuilders nowadays are dropping dead because they're doing insulin injections and anabolic steroids to get really grossly big. And that's just completely unhealthy. But anybody just doing weightlifting, I remember a British guy who did a TED talk. If you Google him as a weightlifter in his 90s, he was basically in a very good state. And at 95, for some bizarre reason, he decided to give up weightlifting, to go and do cardio, and to go more plant-based. 3 years later, he was dead at 98. So, and he had lost a lot of muscle mass at that time. So, and muscle mass is protective. It's been shown in a whole lot of research. So, no, I would say it's the complete opposite. And as I say, all of these people make these claims, oh, it's very stressful. No, small amounts of stress, because resistance type exercise is not like constant stress, like steady state cardio. It's sort of bang, stop. It's like sprinting. That's a different thing. It's quick and you're finished. You get the high heart rate. You get that high pressure. It's like when you lift something, you're basically slightly damaging. Obviously, if you do it like excessive amount, yeah, that can be a problem. But if you train a couple of days a week, not a problem whatsoever. It actually makes you stronger. So yeah, it's a non-issue. It's just people making up crap. There's not even research, because you'd have to lock people up in labs and get them to do all these sort of things for a lifelong period. We can only go on certain bodybuilders and people like that who are in old age. One guy that used to eat steak and eggs. This was back in the 50s and stuff like that. Big bloke. How did he die? He was in his mid-70s. He was walking up the stairs, lifting. And if you think back in the 50s, things like appliances were very heavy. He was lifting up a washing machine, taking it upstairs. and he slipped and fell down the stairs, and the washing machine just came and squashed him. That's how he was killed. But at the end of the day, washing machines back then were very heavy because they were built from steel, not this soft plastic stuff like nowadays. And he was in his mid-70s and lifting an entire washing machine, going upstairs. You know, most 40 or 50-year-olds couldn't do it today, or 30-year-olds. So, yeah, substantially different. Yep, thanks, Angela. Yeah, that is exactly the video. Yep, that's the one. That is exactly the one that puts the, sorts out pretty much Mr. Saladino and his nonsense. Because he likes to use smoke and mirrors. I use actual science, and I do have attached all the science that I used, the research. Anyway, I'm going to ask again, NMN and coenzyme Q10 supplements for chronic fatigue. Your opinion, Harry? Can be useful, but they're not going to resolve the problem of chronic fatigue. If your mitochondria are quite damaged, Christina, then really there may be too much deuterium in your system. So you may have to lower the deuterium level, and then you can actually get better healing. These things will increase slightly the redox potential, but they won't heal the problem. So yes, you could actually it's a bit like, I can throw taurine in and actually get the Krebs cycle to go up 30%. That means it's not going to stay at 30%. If I take away the taurine, it's not going to stay there. So all I'm doing is artificially forcing it to actually work a bit faster. It's the same thing with the redox in the mitochondria. Yes, CoQ10, NMN or niacin or tryptophan, or any of these things that produces NAD. Yep, they can help, but at the end of the day, they're not going to fix the problem. Most of the actual problems are due to deuterium damage of the mitochondria, so you're not producing enough energy to heal, and you're healing slowly. So that's the problem. And so it's really a deuterium depletion, and then using things like taurine in the evening to increase melatonin and lower cortisol. And, as long as you're getting things like piggy in the diet, you're going to get slightly more niacin, which will help there. And generally, animal foods are a good source of CoQ10, so you don't really need to supplement as long as you're eating enough animal foods. You really have to repair the mitochondria, and that's where deuterium depleted water together with taurine and stuff like that, and good sleep hygiene for the melatonin, because melatonin is produced in the mitochondria and is used to heal the actual mitochondria. So together with taurine also plays an antioxidant and reparative effect in the mitochondria as well. So these sort of synergistic approaches are much better than these supplements. And in high doses, NMN interferes with gluconeogenesis, with ketosis, with a lot of things. So it does cause derangements. And that's why I recommend for those sort of supplementations, including things like niacin and any precursor to NAD, to not go above 300 milligrams in total for that exact reason, Yes, so gotta be careful. So pushing things up doesn't heal things. It's the golden rule. Now, just moving down a bit because we're getting very close. So I just want to see whether there's any really questions. Yeah, look, Nathan, ECG can improve on a carnivore diet, and electrolytes and stuff like that. The taurine in the actual animal foods help improve iron homeostasis. That means the electrolytes to be properly regulated. You can supplement a bit in to sort that out as well. And anything else? Stick to around about 3 days a week. I don't know whether Luke is still here or not, but anyway, good to see you, mate. Check out my digestive issues. I do cover a lot of things in the digestive issues. And oh, that's why we love you, Shelley. It's all about the pump. You don't. You look different to me. Does that mean I'm an honorary Asian? We'll have to have a talk when you get back. See what I have to put up with? What's too much taurine? Any recommendations? I'm going to order from the links in the Harry notes. Stick to a couple of, like every meal, 2 grams is fine. In that regard, don't go too high. Unless you've actually spoken to me and you've got a specific ailment, and I've actually recommended a certain level to deal with a certain condition or whatever, is what I'm saying. But I would, if you're actually just wanting to do one dose, you could do about 2 to 4 grams in the evening, which would improve your sleep. And that may be all you need. Lower your cortisol levels and increase your melatonin. It's all about the Chinese stuff. Yeah. It's always one. Sebastian, I drink reverse osmosis water, but as you said, it's too low in deuterium combined with carnivore. It's not reverse osmosis water is not low deuterium. Should I add some? Alpine water is much lower, and it varies between 136 to 146. So it can be 10 ppm difference, parts per million. So it can vary quite a bit depending on the brand. So you have to find out about the brand. Usually the sites, and if you actually contact the sites that are selling it, they usually will give you a bit of an idea of what to do and stuff like that. But yeah, you should know taurine does miracles about everything. Adek, how are you? I did say hello earlier. Hope you're still there. Can it chelate uranium? Haven't tested that, so I don't know. Uranium? Why are you going anywhere close to anything radioactive is beyond me. Anyway, each to their own. A bit of uranium. It's fantastic. It is absolutely fantastic for the visual cortex. Yes, couldn't get better stuff for the eyes. Your eyes have got the highest concentration of taurine of any other part of your body. The next highest is the heart, and then it goes from there. So kidneys are quite pretty good, and well, it does actually produce some of it, but at the same time, it has to, or it's not enough to, it produces, it does produce some, but at the same time, it does have to have the precursors to produce it. So just saying that it does mean, well, in the brain, it actually also is involved in stem cells. But at the end of the day, Richard, off to bed. Didn't see him earlier. Yes, we're already half an hour over. Yeah, if you see this tomorrow, yes, good night, Richard. G'day, Mango. How are you? Yeah, still on, Never a dull moment. About the sodium and chloride transporters. Yes. Yep. Oh, that was the discussion of earlier. Yep. Yes, very much so. And any other? What is Mango asking? Have you elaborated much on MSM today? No, I haven't discussed anything. Heard you make comments on it briefly. Don't stay all night through. I can ask you another day. Look, MSM is useful. It actually really helps improve. It binds keratin. So there's a lot of keratin in your hair, in your nails, in certain types. It varies between tissue types, within collagen, but it really binds really well. And it tends to actually, while it helps in other areas and provides also, it is a sulfur, so it does provide some sulfur to the body for other purposes, even in the detox pathways and stuff like that. It primarily is used to help with things like improving hair, so thickness of hair, more hair and all that. I've stopped taking it because I'm sick and tired of paying too much to get a haircut, because my hair grows rapidly with it, and I don't want to basically pay the money. So yes, even though I've got genetics that actually predispose me to baldness, as you can see, none of that. I did have alopecia in the past, and all this middle part was actually balding out. Now it's, as you can see, very thick, but I'm not going to claim that it's the sulfur amino acids that it's just, I think it's just more protein. I'm eating more animal foods and all that, which provides all that stuff. So that helps. Taurine just makes it thicker, my hair thicker, which makes it harder to brush and harder to cut. I mean, I was doing MSM nearly every day at about 6 grams. I turn up to my, because at the time I didn't have a barber, because he had retired, Italian bloke. And so I had to go to a lady to cut my hair, and she struggled to cut my hair. She said, it's too damn thick. What have you been doing? Because she wanted to know, how do you get thick hair like that? She could, many of other clients. And I said, oh, well, I take 6 grams of MSM. And I had really strong nails, and I still have strong nails. My nails are really, pretty strong, pinky, in that regard. But yeah, that's the things that I've used it for. But I've given it to Dad. I gave all my supply to Dad because he used it for his joints and stuff like that, because it does help with joints as well. So I just handed all my stash to him, so he wouldn't have to buy any. Yeah, so it has some utility in the body in that regard. So I know most most of the women that are subscribing to me that probably have heard me in the past in my live streams pretty much get it for the nails and the hair, vanity purposes. Which is fair enough. I don't have a problem with that. Not at all. Shelley, Harry, must be an acronym of shorts for taurine augmented organism refuting reductionist idiots. Oh, that's funny. See you, Dave. See, normal people just say thank you. Thank you, Dave. Have a good one, mate. See ya. Thoughts on erythritol, xylitol, and stevia, and I think gave me constipation. Look, I have done a video on stevia, and there can be a few issues with derangements of the microbiome and other things. So, do check that out. With erythritol, it's less problematic, but still, these are alcohol sugars. They still are a problem. We only absorb about 10% of erythritol. We do produce it from glucose metabolism. We do, and fructose metabolism. We do produce some endogenous erythritol within our bodies, so it's not alien to our bodies. But excess amounts, if you're eating a lot of alcohol sugars with erythritol, can upset a bit the microbiome in the colon. So, excessive amounts of consumption can cause diarrhea. And I've done that when I had about 2 liters, and then I had loose stools. And I go, okay, we're not doing that again, are we, Harry? No. Trial and error. So, and that was one of my kombuchas that had it in there. I was just, it was a warm day. It was a hot day, and, I didn't want to drink water. So I just had more of that. And then I went, oh, shit. And it was, oh, shit. Yes. So you learn the hard way. Nah, as I said earlier, choline bitrate is cheaper and is fine because there's plenty of enzymes that will cut off by bitrate, or you know what I mean, and you'll end up with choline, and then choline will be combined with the phospholipids and stuff like that, and the rest is history. And it's got plenty of enzymes to take all these little bits of molecules and put them together in other ways. That's why we've got enzymes, so we don't really have to worry. And I did look at a recent study that actually showed that even you didn't have to buy the expensive stuff. You could still get an increase in phosphatidylcholine in the brain. And they usually say, these companies, oh, that doesn't happen only in our product. No, it does happen with regular choline as well. So, and pretty much, there are a number of supplements for the microbiome of the mouth. You can actually, I think iHerb, actually, I'm not sure. I haven't checked recently on iHerb to see whether they've still got the supplement or not. They may have it. There is another company on Amazon that also provides it's a lozenge. You just sort of lick, it slowly dissolves in your mouth, a lozenge that actually has, it can fix up the oral microbiome. But I forget the name of it. Anyway, we'll call it quits there. Otherwise, I'll continue forever. Anyway, thanks, everyone. I appreciate you all being here. See you in a fortnight. And I appreciate the support. Have a couple of videos next week. We'll cover a few topics. Hope you enjoy them. I do have some other little video clips as well that they'll be through the week. So, oops. You're welcome, Johnny. Tom, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. Take care. ITX, yep. God bless you as well. Thanks, mate. Barbados, always a pleasure. Someone got IG4 serum tests, allergy to egg, beef, lamb. Okay. How reliable is it? Depends. It depends. You can do desensitization to, you can, a number of hospitals now have got like things to actually allow you to desensitize for this condition, so we have this problem quite a bit in New South Wales, which is an area to the north of Sydney, within that state that does have many more of these sort of issues. Anyway, you're welcome. You're welcome as well. It's a sort of a comprehensive one. It covers everything. It'll cover things like diarrhea, constipation, all the issues, everything you wanted to ask and everything you want to know about all the sort of issues that can actually cause problems in the stomach, gallbladder, the entire digestive tract. It's sort of like a comprehensive one covering why some people, because there's a number of reasons why people get constipation or diarrhea or hard stools or all sorts of things that happen. It's not one thing. And I need to, this is sort of like a comprehensive video to sort of cover most of those things. I recognize that it's not going to cover everything, that we have to be realistic, but it will be my attempt to cover most of the sort of key things. And so I'm hoping out of that, if some additional stuff comes out of it from feedback from you guys, because at the end of the day, I'm just as good as my subscribers, the people that follow me, that come back with feedback and say, well, Harry, some people may find a lot of relief and improvements with a number of things. There can be some outliers, and I'd like to hear from those outliers, because I would like to make additional videos and actually go do deep dives to understand why those outliers exist, because I understand the bell curve. There's going to be outliers, and I want to find those people and help them and come up with solutions. So, this it will be comprehensive, but it won't be the complete. You can never have a complete. Let's be realistic, guys. Complete doesn't exist. None of us are gods to be complete. We can only get better with time. That's pretty much it. And, we should be very careful not to make big, massive claims. I know a lot of people, that's the normal thing on YouTube and stuff like that for people to do, but yeah, that's not my style. We need to always remember that, we're mere mortals, so not to forget. Because once we forget that, that's when we start making like serious mistakes and doing idiotic things. Not a problem. You're welcome, mate. What's Shelley saying? I would stay clear of all sweeteners. Yeah, I would as well. But if you must, I find a little monk fruit drops plenty. Be careful of xylitol. If you have pets, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is a big problem with pets. That's true. It will drop their BS and possibly kill them. Yes. So yeah, that is definitely one about xylitol. I know a number of people that have actually removed it for their home who have got pets for the exact reason. Yeah. Good point, Shelley. Thanks I forgot all about that. That's a really good point. Yep. Yeah, but erythritol is the other option. Yeah, but as Shelley said, don't go high on these things. Best to avoid them completely. I don't always follow my own rules, but just because I do the wrong thing sometimes, we all do the wrong thing sometimes, let's be honest, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't say what is and what isn't. Because, what we may, our indiscretions are not what we should follow, is what I'm saying. Because none of us, a lot of our people out there make claims and all that, and behind the scenes, all sorts of things happen. That's not how I operate. From me, from Bart, for people like that, like Jonathan, we're just honest. We're normal people, we're not perfect. And don't, and challenge us as well, because we're not perfect. And, that's how humans are. And you know what? I prefer approaching everyone in that way, because for the simple reason, it's less stressful. Putting up a fake face is very stressful. You know me, I'm not perfect in any friggin' way. But if you ask me a question, I'm well read, and I will and if I don't know about something, I'll do a deep dive and try and actually demystify it for you. I think that's why you come here, not for any other reason. I hope you don't. Yeah, thanks, Sally. And thank you, Alex. Good to see you here, mate. Thanks, Lamps. Oops. See you, mate. And there's Angela at the end. There's, I know, perfect videos, all men. Typical statement for a woman. Had to say that. Just to cover the boys. Anyway, I'm going to run through these really quickly. Ta-da! Put them on. We appreciate that about you, Harry. Oh, thank you. Elizabeth, where were you? Hiding. You're late. God. Well, you can always repeat it and watch it. Yes, it is. We can hydrate with water like our ancestors did, and many of the tribal people do. They don't take water bottles with them because they don't have any. Anyway, that's it. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you in a fortnight's time, and expect a couple of videos here or there to be popping out now that my family's left me alone a bit. Thank God for that. See you guys.